Nope. David, I think you're muted, buddy.
Yeah.
Hello.
There we go.
Microphone check. I'm getting yeses. David P is here, broadcasting from Studio Squim, and it wouldn't be Studio Squim if it wasn't a race to the finish line. But we've got the crew here: Stephen Arvidsson, Guillaume, and Nathan. We're all here, and this is one of our more popular broadcasts from back in December. A lot of views on this one because a lot of people are really interested in seeing what's happening with the game, what's coming up, what's fresh and new. So we've got it again for you. Last time was December. Now we're in August, so about eight and a half months since the last time. A few new things and some big stuff coming up as well with Phile Fest. We've got a little bit. Everybody's probably heard about it already. Mike and Steven putting together a tournament out there at Phile Fest. So unfortunately, Mike couldn't join us to talk about Blackwood and Scully set, but he did send us a quick video with some more details about the tournament and a little bit on Blackwood. So we're going to be hearing from him in just a moment. But gentlemen, the people who are here, how are you guys doing tonight? Stephen?
Very well, David. I'm really happy to be meeting up with you guys again for one of these state of the game discussions. Let those who've been, trying to keep up with what we're doing with these expansions get a sense of where we are with them.
Excellent. Guillaume, how are you doing?
Good, I'm doing good. I'm excited to talk about the future expansions, and it's always nice to have the four of us together. It feels like season 4 playtests again.
Right. And last but certainly not least, Nathan, how are you doing tonight?
Good. I'll echo that. It's great to see you all, and it feels like even though we were together just recently, the season 4 playtesting was intense. I mean, that was a couple games every weekend, so certainly we haven't been reaching that level of activity yet. So it's great to see you all again, and yeah, let's take stock of where we're at. Hopefully we get some audience participation. Shoot your questions at us. Happy to answer.
We have 2 viewers already. I'm sure we'll be seeing more. Definitely, there's Madeline. She's saying hi. Definitely put your comments and questions in there. We definitely want to address anything and answer any questions and hear some ideas. If you've got some ideas as you listen to our introductions and stuff, we're always looking for fresh ideas. Keep the game interesting and new. Now, that having been said, we did have a bit of an agenda. But first, we want to get something out there, and I talked a little bit about it, and that is the tournament coming up at Phile Fest. Now, I do have a quick video from the godfather of the X-Files CCG, Mike Perrine. I call him that because he is the captain of X-Files CCG, the YouTube channel that really brought the community together. A little bit before and during the pandemic, it got a lot of us together and inspired us to pull those cards out or start our collections again and start playing online. They showed us that it could be done, and we did it. And now here we are. 2 years later, we've got Scully set in the can, season 4, the first fan-made expansion in the can, and very close on these other ones. So without further ado, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. My engineer called in sick, so I am running everything here. Let me see if I can get this video going for us.
Beautiful Tillamook, Oregon. Just give a quick status update.
Let's start it from the beginning.
Hey guys, coming to you from beautiful Tillamook, Oregon. Just give a quick status update. So we got Phile Fest coming up, and there's 2 tournaments. There's the underground tournament. Oops, I said too much. And some very important rules on our latest YouTube video we posted about that. It's a 24-hour tournament. You have to meet with David May on Saturday, the 10th, around noon, to get your hell money and your badge. And then bet however much you get and see who wins. The prize is pretty cool. And then there's the regular tournament that we're holding as well. Workshop will be on Saturday. Come on down, challenge us to a game. We'll teach you how to play if you don't already know. And we'll start the tournament in pods on Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be there, like I said, just Saturday and Sunday, all day. Dean Hagwin's still slated to help host the tournament. And I believe Tom Braidwood was also going to stop by and say hi to everybody as well. So great opportunity to meet some of the lone gunmen as well. As far as the cards are going, I know you guys are talking a little bit about expansions. Blackwood. I played a game with Steven. I did not realize it was an old, playtest deck that I had. I didn't grab the newest one that Tax had printed, so that's why our cards never matched up. It was stupid. So I think we're going to schedule another playtest game of that. There's a couple issues that I think that need to be resolved still, but we're getting close to final production on that. And yeah, so lots coming up. And sorry I can't be there with you guys live. I'm out here doing the nursing thing. So we'll see you guys soon, and hopefully see you at Phile Fest. Take care, guys.
Right on. That's awesome. Now, I'm going to jump in here because I've been chomping at the bit and about something here, and that is Mike mentioned prizes. What are the prizes for the tournament? Come on, give it to me straight, Doctor. I can take it.
Oh, man. I found that out just last week, and part of me wishes I wasn't helping to head up this tournament because it is a pretty damn good prize. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be the one to divulge exactly what that is. I do apologize, but let me tell you, it is a pretty good prize. It's a pretty damn good prize. One I would love to be adding to my collection of X-Files CCG memorabilia here. So I'm sorry I can't say much more than that, but hopefully for those of you who are interested in going, Nathan, for instance, you might be seeing you taking part in the tournament. It's a chance to win something pretty awesome.
I think it's good that well, not for you, but for the other players, it's good that you are not able to participate because
he would clean the house.
I have a feeling I would mop the floors with a lot of them. Although Nathan and Dave Meyer, if they're in attendance, they would certainly put up a good fight.
Yeah.
So
Nathan, you have a good shot then.
All right, I'll need to get some practice rounds in with you fellas.
All right, no spoilers, no exclusive information on that on Studio Squim tonight.
Well, and this is something that's sort of going to be alluded to in episode 21 that I'm going to drop on Monday. But even though we were just talking about how because I'm taking part in it, I won't be taking home a pretty sweet tournament prize. But that doesn't mean I won't be taking something pretty awesome back here to Texas with me. And that is all I'm going to say about that on that front. So,
you're teasing me like this.
I am, gentlemen, and I'm not going to say anything more about that, but expect something big to come up during that.
Is it something that has very limited production, like very, very, very limited production?
Perhaps. It's a very good question.
If we guess, will you tell us?
No. Even if you got it right, because I am not spoiling it at all, but I'm just, other than teasing that there's going to be some fun and surprising things going down at Phile Fest, just within our own community. So Mike and I are going to plan on broadcasting live as much as possible. In fact, the venue where we're supposed to be, which was actually a recent change that came up within the last 2 weeks, is actually going to contain some broadcasting studio set up for us. Like if you go to the website, oh shoot, what's it called? I'm blanking on it right now. Shoot, I'll think of it later. It starts with a W, but it's at it's in the Mall of America. And Mike, I know if you're watching, you're like, why is he blanking on this right now? It's a really cool venue. The specific room, it's on the 4th level of the Mall of America. It actually should be right next to where the convention is going to be held. So it's 4th level, and I believe, because I watched the tutorial video on this website, or it's not a tutorial, a walkthrough video on the website. It should be called the Hidden Ground, or not the Hidden Ground, the Hidden Ground. It's something along those lines. I'll think of it during this broadcast, and I'll update you guys when it comes to me. But yeah, I saw what our new venue is going to look like there, and it is pretty awesome. So with any luck, as I said, you'll see Mike and I broadcasting as much as we possibly can during this convention, and hopefully, yes, there will be a few of the X-Files alum in attendance with us, namely Dean Haglin and potentially Tom Braidwood. But with any luck, we'll be also having a chance to take in the rest of the con if time allows for us to do that. So we'll hopefully get to bump elbows with a lot of the actors that are in attendance. We'll see what's going on. We don't have as much details as we would like going in, but that just means that there's still a chance for some potential some great potential for things to, that will come up that will hopefully catch on video.
Steven, are you taking home a pewter Mulder?
Why would you think that? That is crazy. Wow.
I have a feeling
you didn't say no.
No. But though I'm glad you brought that up, because not only is Mike going to be bringing his pewter to this, but we are going to be seeing pewters from David May, and David Frank is bringing his. I believe they both have pewter Mulder. There's a chance, there's a slim chance we will also see a pewter Scully at Phile Fest. No guarantee on that, but it would be pretty awesome to see both a Mulder and Scully pewter in one place.
Wow, when that hasn't happened since 1997 or something.
Well, it's funny that for the longest time we didn't know whether these even existed, and now they're coming out of the woodwork.
It reminds me of
everybody's got one.
It reminds me of Indiana Jones. Yeah. When they brought the 3 stones together, they glowed. So,
yes,
very true.
So that's awesome. Maybe I'll do something in post production with that, because we're gonna see at least, I believe, and hopefully, I'm not speaking out of turn, Mike, but I believe we're at the very least we're gonna see 3 pewter Mulders in one place, and possibly a pewter Scully along with that. So 3 or 4 pewters will be in one place for, like as David said, the first time in about 25 years, and so that's something special.
So the big exclusive will be
we got Don. It's not just the pewters that are going to be in attendance. We got Donruss cards that are going to be here as well. Donruss cards, guys. And I just have the one here right now, but there's going to be more Donruss cards at Phile Fest as well. We're going to have a whole display of all the rare relics from this game's lore that we've been able to come across. There'll be Gen Con decks will be there as well. So there's going to be a whole lot of cool things from the X-Files CCG's lore that's going to be on display, guarded by Evil Bunny, mind you. So don't even think about approaching that glass display.
So what I would love for people who are not able to attend is to have really good quality pictures of each items. For pewters, for instance, I feel like I've only ever seen blurry pictures of, or shots through webcams, but I would love to see it, in high quality photograph to really see what they look like. And I feel like it would be like going from a VHS version to a Blu-ray version for me, because I know what they're supposed to look like, but not in detail. And same things for Donruss cards or things like that. I would love to have a good quality picture of those.
Well, hopefully when you're live streaming, you could maybe just take your phone with you and join the broadcast with that, so we could get a nice camera view of that. I am expecting, I think the big reveal at Phile Fest is going to be the Cigarette Smoking Man pewter. Am I right?
Oh gosh, if only. We did, but well, if you haven't watched the last episode of Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG, we did talk to Dave Frank about it too, and he's almost certain that one was never actually produced. He's quite confident in that, so no, there won't be one of those. But Guillaume, if you happen to be watching our broadcasting during that, or just send me a message when we're there. Try to remind me. I can do my best to. I will at the very. I will get a chance to hold one during it. So Mike has promised me I will get to hold it. So I will. I'll try to remember to get a picture of a nice image of it to send you. Try to, because the pictures that I have currently of it, I can't even quite make out the text in there, and I don't know how well I don't even know how well you can make it out even in person, but I'll do my best. But like I said, just send me a reminder.
By the time we're done with this, Guillaume, maybe you'll find that you prefer the low quality VHS copy.
Maybe.
As opposed
especially
to
that Medusa
Blu-ray.
The picture in your mind is much better than the reality, probably.
And the whole mystique surrounding it,
yes,
mystery. No one's ever seen one, I remember when there was still some question about whether these things even existed, and so we're dispelling some of that myth, probably for the good, but also there's I think some joy in wondering what else is out there, right? So
it's all about the chase, right? It's all about the chase.
It is. It's very true. Yeah.
And be careful, because I have a feeling the same Pinkertons that were going around enforcing that magic debacle are going to be at Phile Fest. They're watching over those pewters.
Well, that evil bunny is worse than the Pinkertons.
Oh yeah, I mean that evil bunny will spit hellfire on you if you get too close to it, and you don't want any part of that. But I will be going in with like a signed like a binding agreement by Mike that I'm allowed to at least hold it. So Evil Bunny will hopefully be giving me a pass on that. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to, is just being able to hold that thing in my hand for just even a moment. So it's just one of those just very, very highly sought after relics. So yeah,
I see we do have a question about what is Phile Fest.
Yeah, I put that up there because I didn't want to forget about that, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Jazzwex, thanks for joining us and for that question while we're talking about this. And I'm actually going to turn that over to Stephen, because he's our resident expert about that. Yeah. And I am so jealous. I'm actually at my sour grapes stage, so I have refused to look at any information. So I'm going to turn it over to the expert. Stephen, go for it.
Thank you kindly, David. And that's a great question. Not everyone may be aware of this, but on September 8th through the 10th, there will be a convention held in the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota, that will be for the 30th anniversary of the X-Files from when it premiered back on September 10th, 1993. And so this convention will be celebrating that. And there will be a little over 25 guests in attendance from the show's run, including actors, directors, writers. But I'll say right now, David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson will not be in attendance, unfortunately. But there are a lot of great guests lined up, including all three Lone Gunmen. And with respect to the X-Files collectible card game, one of the events that's taken place at Phile Fest is going to be a tournament for the X-Files collectible card game, in which Mike, myself, and some of the former employees of United States Playing Card Company when the game was in production, David May, David Frank, are going to be also helping us to put on this tournament. In addition to that, we're also going to be having one of our vendors in attendance who will be providing cards for the tournament, and that is Mike Mackey, who has made a couple appearances on Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG in its early days. He will be providing the cards that people will need to purchase in order to take part in the tournament, which is only going to be for like $5. It's really inexpensive. It's just, you'll pick up your cards from Mike Mackey from his vendor table, which should be pretty close to where we're going to be putting on the tournament. And you'll be able to take part in a demo on the Saturday, September 9th. And then the tournament itself will take place on Sunday, September 10th. And as Mike said in his video earlier, Dean Haglund will be hosting it. And we may potentially see Mr. Tom Braidwood, Fro Hickey, make an appearance during that tournament as well. So if you've been on the fence about going to Phile Fest, hopefully that might entice you to head over to Minnesota, where we'll be putting on this 30th anniversary convention.
Right on. And do I remember correctly, like on Friday, they're going to be showing the movie Fight the Future?
Well, about that.
Oh,
the strike.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nathan. Yeah, if you want to mention that.
They've had to change things up a little bit given the writer's strike, because there's very strict conditions on what they can and can't show now, because it's kind of taboo to do anything in support of studio properties, even if they are long dead. Well, I guess X-Files came back for a resurgence, so it's not long dead. But anyway, so they're not allowed per the Screenwriters Guild, and I forget the name of the Actors Guild, but anyway, to show like the movies. I think there are, the actors are even somewhat constrained in what they can talk about, and the kind of things that they can provide to be signed. So it's kind of a weird place. It's going to be an interesting line to walk, I think, but other conventions have been able to do it. I don't think it's going to impede too much of the experience. Let me put it that way. So you're still going to be able to meet the actors. It's still going to be able to meet lots of X-Files fans. They'll be talking about the show, sign autographs, pictures. So I don't think we're going to lose too much of the experience from that.
And if I'm not mistaken, they do have some events lined up to replace where they would have been showing both of those movies. And, for my part, I'll welcome that, because, I've seen those movies both many, many times. So I would rather see, I'd be more inclined to see something else while I'm there. So, I'm sure when all said and done, everyone will be happy with what they're putting on. For Mike and I will be myself, Dax, actually, who I forgot to mention, he will also be in attendance as well. We're all going to be arriving there on Friday at various points in the day. I myself, my plane ticket, unfortunately, I couldn't find a good time to get in there any sooner than 5 p.m. So I'll be probably the last to arrive there. So, which, I'll probably miss I'll miss most of what's happening at the con on Friday, but that's fine, because, Saturday, Sunday, that's what I'm there for.
Cool. And I did put in the comments there the website, and afterward I'll add it to the description, so anyone watching this afterward can refer to that. We'll have several links in the description by the time we're done, so referring to all the different resources that we're talking about. And one last question to the Phile Fest tournament expert: 24-hour tournament that's going on? Is there going to be like a marathon tournament going on?
Yeah, we're gonna, even though the the convention's obviously not going to be happening in the wee hours of the morning, Saturday going into Sunday, but yeah, we're gonna try to put on some underground tournament as well for those in the X-Files CCG community, both on the Facebook group as well as in our Discord group. Yes, for those of you who are planning to attend Phile Fest, be sure to find Mr. David May when you get there. Find him on Saturday. Get your hell money. You only have 24 hours to do it, so get your hell money. and be sure to have that ready for the following day. Get it back to us on Sunday. So yeah, that's I don't want to be spouting off too many more details than that, but yes, if for those of you when you get there on Saturday, just get your hell money from Mr. David May.
Hell money, David May, 24 hours.
Yes.
Got it. Any other questions or comments you want to make about Phile Fest? We've got 5 viewers out there now, and earlier, again, I apologize ahead of time for any mispronunciations. Midian Gaming, thanks for joining us. Glad you're here. Any other questions before we move on to fan-made expansions? I'm gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, no, we'll move on. And the format for this will be, let me bring in, there we go. This is kind of the rough agenda here, and what we'll do, we've already talked about Fight the Future, but I'm going to throw up a couple spoiler cards there, and we just mention I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll mention the playtesting, but what we'll do is when we get to your expansion, we'll have your title card up there, and we'll send everybody to the back so that you can give your presentation. Since you're the author, you'll talk a little bit about whatever you want to talk about. I've been provided some cards to illustrate your presentation. And then once you're all done, we'll bring the rest of us back in. And so that's when we'll take questions or discussions. And anyone who's watching, feel free to throw your comment out there. We'll get that up there as well, so you can talk to the author live and get your questions answered. Anything else before we get started, gentlemen? All right.
Well, we're ready to roll, David.
I think I'm going to just leave everyone in here. Here's the general timeline. You'll see on the title cards as the author is going through their presentation. This is kind of the loose timeline that we follow when we create these. I don't expect you to memorize this. It's a bit of a lengthy thing, but when we get to the title card, there's a little illustration that'll make it easier to read, just so you can see from beginning to end where in that spectrum we are. But this is kind of the general outline of our creation. Moving on, Fight the Future, sure. So there's the placeholder card or the title card. Mike, Matt, and Dax have been working on this. This has kind of been their brainchild for a while now, and you can see there's that timeline there. It's in the playtesting portion. Now, we had one playtest, but it didn't quite work out. There was a couple wires crossed. Mike touched on that in his video earlier. Which happens. You got to make sure you've got the most current version of the cards when you're playing. Otherwise, it does lead to some confusion. And I think there were some technical difficulties also with some Wi-Fi or whatever. So, but we've got some more play testing coming up. I know some people are going on vacation. Some people are getting ready for Phile Fest. I don't know, but we may see a couple playtesting games. I think one is coming up on Monday. Is that going to be broadcast, gentlemen, or is that going to be behind the scenes?
I didn't want to. I was going to tell Guillaume after this, but since Mike did say in that video he wanted to do another one, I don't know if he wants to treat the one that we did, which wasn't using the correct cards, treat that as a dry run. If he wants to Guillaume, let me ask him first if he wants to sort of redo the premiere one, the inaugural one, that is. Let me ask him. Let me just make sure. But I think, yes, Guillaume and I were slated to do one on Monday, but let me just double check with Mike to make sure he's cool with that.
All right.
That we're going to do one, because I know he wanted to have the luxury of doing the inaugural one, and
that makes sense.
Kind of sort of did, but it didn't work out because he had the wrong cards. So I just want to make absolutely sure he's cool with it. Sorry, Guillaume, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying that makes sense that Mike should be part of the first playtest. Yeah, absolutely.
But I'll check with him and I'll get back to you guys. I'll let you know tomorrow, really, because it's going to be on Monday evening.
Yeah, because I
so
do.
we need to find out. We need to find out soon enough.
Yeah,
He's
we
at his
need to
cabin
get
right now.
together. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Guillaume?
Yeah, we need to get our cards together. I need to prepare my deck. I have the team ready, but I did not put the cards together, so need time to do that. So yeah, the sooner the better.
If not, maybe we can just come up with. We can do a different game on Monday. Since you're about to ship off to vacation for a good chunk of September, it would be nice to get a game in with you before that. So maybe we'll have a backup plan.
Yeah.
Cool. And you can see here a small handful of cards from Fight the Future. Now, I borrowed these from our last presentation back in December. So if you're going to freeze frame and try to read that tiny text there, word of caution, some of the game effects may have changed in the last 8 months, but this gives you at least a good idea. And you can see masterfully created by Dax Golding, the Deer Leader. So these cards are going to seamlessly integrate with the existing expansions, and lots of new agents. The vending machine bomb I've been waiting for a while, since he teased it more than a year ago. Weaponized honeybee, you can see a lot of great thematic cards that are going to come from that. What do you got there? Is that the coming soon, the placement card there?
Oh no, that is a complete set of the Blackwood playtest cards right here.
And how many cards are in that? Do you know?
There are currently 60.
50? 60.
There are 60 in here, but I believe we're probably going to be dropping at least a couple during the course of playtesting. I think we're going to probably ultimately wind up with with about 54, I think, is what we're probably going to be looking at having for this expansion when all is said and done. But don't quote me on that, because we got to obviously get these cards through playtesting first before we can give a solid number.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Steven says 54 cards, so that's it. Okay, no, I'm just joking with you. So you've got the deck there. Aside from the 5 that are on the screen here, any spoilers you can share with us out of that deck?
There are 5 agents from the movie, and there are a nice array of sites, most of which, as you would imagine, are going to be set in Texas and Antarctica. And there's some pretty cool equipment cards I am especially a fan of, including the welding goggles, and as you see up on the screen there, the vending machine bomb. Those are some pretty cool equipment cards that you might have you thinking twice whether you want to pitch it for CP or maybe actually equip it to an agent for a change.
And I masterfully covered the cost of the vending machine bomb card. How much is that one? Do you have it handy?
It is 6. So I know some people will be thinking about selling it for CP, but read the effect first and decide whether you want to dispose of it that way. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find. Oh, there it is. I was looking for one particular card of which I'm especially proud of, and that is the witness card for the Well Manicured Man. So this is one of those effects that I contributed to this expansion, and it's a resource card. I know, shocker, right, Steve? Writing a resource card witness. I mean, give me a break. So that one I'm especially fond of, and hopefully it will hold up during testing.
Can you spoil it for us? Can you read the effect?
Can we read it? Okay, sure. Yeah. Oh gosh, I just shuffled it right back in here. Okay. So Well Manicured Man, which has the keywords, a lot of keywords actually. Witness, resource, negate, alien investigation, and government. Adds 2 conspiracy tokens to your pool every time a keyword alien investigation or government card is played. In addition, you may discard this card at any time to negate 1 government adversary. So even though it is a resource card that costs 3, I think I would have the camera angles mastered by now. It's a resource card obviously played when you're the investigating player. However, kind of like Krychek and Blevins that can contribute to the conspiracy pool during the briefing phase, this is a witness that can contribute to the conspiracy pool during the game, which is fitting because the well-manicured man is a member of the syndicate, yet he did offer Mulder some helpful information, and not to mention a vaccine at a critical point in the movie. So, he played both sides.
He tried to save Scully too in the series.
Exactly.
So.
For the sake of his own grandchildren,
right,
of course. Right. But yes, so he did have some fairly altruistic motives right there at the end. So, those probably the more notable ones. Without running through the whole thing, but the rest of them, look forward to catching the specifics of them during playtesting. Sorry, Nathan, what were you going to say?
There is one card I want to highlight that I'm super excited about because I've been trying to make this alien adversary deck work. And so the card is Stevie. And he is going to allow you to play alien It's a bluff.
It's a bluff.
Steven probably has a copy of it.
Somewhere.
It's going to allow you to play alien adversaries at that site without having to worry about activators, and also adds 2 to their health.
I'm going to see if I can reduce it just down to the 2 of you, so you can see that a little clearer here. Hold on a second.
Oh, sure.
There it is, right there.
Even just doing his screen would be fine.
Yeah, even if you go full screen on me, you're still not even going to be able to read that text on there, David. So, yep. So that is the Stevie card that Nathan was referring to, and again, one more close up of the well-manicured man as he is right there in all his glory. It's a shame he only made an appearance on, I think, only one of the commercially released cards before the game was discontinued in '97, and that would be unfortunately my least favorite card.
Yeah, but what a card!
Unexpected call. So yeah, so it's nice to see the well-manicured man appear on another card, a card that I actually do like.
Well, he is on one of the season 4 cards.
He is, and he also protects the witness resource in the season 4, in his appearance on the season 4 cards too. So yes. Again, shocker. Steve would try to a way to keep his Kevin Morris card from being sent to the discard pile or removed from the game.
I will assassinate Kevin Morris.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
I said I will assassinate Kevin Morris. It will happen.
Yeah, but I might have the well-manicured man to say something about that. So you may call in the big guns, but so will I.
Challenge accepted. Anything else about Fight the Future that we can talk about here?
Well, yeah. So once we make sure that Mike's got his chance to ring in the playtesting for it, then I hope you guys all start scheduling playtests whenever you have a chance, because you guys have the images. Dax has made them available to you, and I'm not just talking about you, David, and you, Nathan, because he's made it available to, I believe, all the general admin in the Discord community as well. So speaking to all you guys, get some playtest games scheduled so we can start going through these cards and trying to come up with starting to work out the kinks in these cards and making sure that they're going to work right.
Now this is a smaller expansion, but playtesting with season 4 was what, 5 months ish?
Yeah, and 13 games.
Yeah, so I never want to speculate on a release date because edits take quite a while. Playtesting, you never know what's going to happen. So unfortunately, we're not going to have a release date for that, but that is the closest right now to the next published expansion. So look forward to that. That's pretty awesome. No questions from the viewers there. So without further ado, unless anyone else has something they want to add, we'll move on to the next expansion. Yes, no? We're all good. Okay. There it is. Oh, Scully Expansion. Sure. Now this is out here. It's already complete. Quite a few people already have it in their hands, so there's not a whole lot to talk about here. But I felt it was worth just putting out there so people maybe who are new to the game are aware of it. This was an expansion back in the 96, 97 days. USPCC was hard at work on this game. Can't say it without a little chuckle there, but they did have an expansion that had received all of the approvals. The cards were essentially laid out. Unfortunately, they chose in their ultimate wisdom to cancel the project before this made it to the printer. So all the plans, all the framework, all the artwork was there and out there. And again, plugging X-Files CCG for their very hard work in digging this one up. This was quite the Ark of the Covenant type ordeal to find this, but ultimately they found those plans, passed them on to Dax. And this expansion, while not commercially released, is kind of an official expansion, I would say, because it was created by Next Games and USPCC. It just didn't make it to the printer in time before they canceled the project. So you are able to still able to order these. I don't want to speak for Dax on that. I'm not sure, but if you're in the X-Files fan group there on Facebook, you can certainly plead your case to Dax there and see if he can help you out. But I don't want to speak on his behalf or set him up for anything like that. Stephen, you're kind of scowling a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember if he was currently accepting orders for them, because obviously he's in the middle of taking orders for the next expansion we're going to talk about. So I would say just, err on David's advice and reach out to Dax and see if he's currently taking orders for 22364. Oh, David, you got the wrong number on there for that one. But
yeah, I do.
Reach out to Dax, see if he's currently accepting orders for Scully's set, and if I'm sure if he's not, he'll let you know when he'll be getting around to accepting those. But yeah, I know right now he's taking orders for a different expansion, so he may not be wanting to, take a whole lot of orders at one time. But yes, the Scully set is currently out there and available for ordering, though it may be at certain times.
Yeah. So these cards have been played. Most everybody has a copy of these. There's the brick there for you.
I've got 3 of them.
Well, you've got 2 opened and 1 open, 1 unopened. Is that right?
That is correct.
If I may do a Studio Squim exclusive, you might be doing a unboxing video of that.
I might unpack this one. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Thanks for suggesting that. I'll take that under advisement.
Right.
Yeah, I have those in the hopper as well. The unboxing of the Scully set.
Okay, so you've already filmed it. You're just doing it in post-production there?
Yeah, I haven't started post-production, but I could probably just throw it up. You know what I'm saying?
In that case, yeah.
There's not much I have to do with it.
All right. Well, yeah, you got it then. Yeah, we do not need to rehash already covered ground. So
what I haven't done and was considering is going through by suit, right, and looking at cards that way. What I did is just a very quick open it up. We'll sort of go through them one by one, just do a little, it's a very quick hit on the card. You know what I mean? It's not a in-depth, here are some combo stuff. So there's still potential for that.
Okay.
To do it kind of a suit by suit kind of thing. But yeah, you've inspired me. I'll put that to the top of the queue here and get the Scully breakdown out there.
Awesome. I'm one of the last holdouts. I do not have a Scully set. A printed
Really?
Scully sets. Yeah, no. The fun money budget is spread a little thin, and I chose to go with season 4. just
I'm
because
flattered,
it's very
David.
well. It's your baby, it's your project, but it's very near and dear to my heart as well. With all the effort that we put into it over those 5 months for play testing
For sure.
and just going through the edits and waiting and waiting. It was nice to just have those in my hand, like the real deal. I made the right choice. As much as I like Pusher, you can see that's one of the cards that comes with that Scully set. The season 4 cards, I had to have them.
I will say it's very satisfying to be a part of a group and produce something like this, and you do get that sort of, okay, I helped make this, and create this and have a hand in this. So for anybody who's watching who is not part of the Discord group, make sure you get in there. If you're interested in doing card design, play testing, that kind of stuff, get a hold of one of us, and we can definitely facilitate that, because it's always better to have more eyes on things and more people involved in playing the game. So there's my plug.
There it is. Yeah, the Discord server's out there. I'll put a linked invite to that in the description after we're done as well. So that's out there for people. It's a great way to link up and get in touch with people to play a game. If anything, also if you want to dive in and really great way to get involved with game design and development and be a part of the play testing, which is a ton of fun. To get to see those cards and get your input in there and get your ideas out there, and you could influence the game, you could steer it one way or the other. It's a great experience for sure. Now that this is printed, it's out there, people have it in their hands. What do you guys think? How did Next Games and USPCC do with this one? Do you like the expansion?
I think I like the idea of finally knowing what the cards are better than what some of those cards can actually do.
I'm not sure I follow you. What do you mean?
Well, it's like we mentioned before we started recording the idea of chase, and sometimes not knowing that something is out there, but not knowing specifically what it is makes it exciting. But then when you find out what it actually is, it ends up being a little disappointing. And to me, that's what this expansion feels like. There are some really great events, but it's disappointing in that there are no equipment. There are a lot of witnesses that don't do a lot. So it really felt like, okay, we need to do another 125 cards. And we have half of season 3 to do that. So what scenes can we use to, do those cards? And I feel like it would have been better if the Mulder and Scully expansion, instead of being 2 expansions, had been just 1 expansion, and maybe they could have been, tighter and being something, more in line with what Steven did with season 4, something that is more coherent. Instead of, sometimes it felt like we need to have X number of cards in order to create booster cards, and in order to make people want to buy cards to collect them, instead of creating them to make the game better.
I'm inclined to agree with Guillaume on that, because as he said, the lack of equipment cards, and not to mention, again, there was no combat except for the 1 promo available in the Scully set, gives it a sense of being not quite complete. There's fewer card suits represented in there. And as Guillaume already mentioned, a lot of them are witnesses. And the events are where the event cards are where the gems are to be found. And there are some good event cards to be found in that set, but unfortunately they're just small pieces of that of the overall expansion that, it maybe because this expansion was still, like, it wasn't completed at the time, and who's to say that there might not have been some last minute additions? Probably not, I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those where you feel like it could have been a little bit more cohesive, and even like some of the cards effects themselves seem to be a bit repetitive, especially when you look at the bluff cards in there. It's just it's just taking card effects and taking one card effect and assigning it one adversary affiliation to 4 different cards or 5 different cards which is not something that we're normally inclined to do, because that just makes it a bit too situational when you make a card that is only going to affect one adversary affiliation as opposed to 2 or all of them. So that's where the bluffs and of course there's the ones where it's like pay like 6 to subtract 4 from this. Is again, it's one of those where you're not really inclined to want to use a card that costs that much. And of course, with the agents, it was nice to get a couple of like 1 RP agents that you can include, as opposed to just always having to go with Kresge, because Kresge's the only 1 RP agent of the commercially released one. So with regards to the agents, I like that you have an additional agents like Kaleka and Fuller that you can use whenever you have that instance where you get to 19 and you just need 1 more to fill in. That I liked, but then you didn't see a wide array of agents that would cost like 6 RP. It was really like they either cost like 3 or 1. So it didn't feel like the agents themselves like had a whole lot of, there weren't any powerhouses to be found in there. So it just got the sense of being like, these are just ones that you're just, tacking on to your existing ones, which, to be fair, it is an expansion. But it's just the agents themselves, were ones that they're not going to be like standout ones on the team.
And having said that, though, I'm really happy that we finally know what those cards are, and it was an amazing work by Dax recreating them. So it's in no way me saying that those cards are not. I'm really happy to have them in my collection. Just it's just talking about the game effect and how they affect gameplay. It's not as exciting as it could have been, except for those event cards.
Well, what's funny too is when Mike and Matt were interviewing a lot of the developers and stuff, that it seemed like whenever the topic of combat cards and equipment cards came up, it'd get kind of a big raspberry. Like maybe it wasn't as successful of a suit as they had hoped. And I think wasn't it mentioned once, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Chris Carter kind of not real happy with having combat be a focus in the game? Does that sound familiar or no?
I don't know if it was Chris Carter per se, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was someone over there in that production studio that took exception to it.
I'm actually fine with the lack of combat cards, I think, given that they were so plentiful in Premiere. My issue with the expansion, which I generally like, is it's very uneven from a power standpoint. And I think, Steven, you touched on it before, where it's some of the cards have game effects where it's just so prohibitively expensive that you would never actually use it. But some of the cards are absolutely broken. A Call for Help, Jeopardizing the X-Files, Geraldine Kalinchuk. I mean, those cards are tiers above anything else in the expansion. So it's the highs are very, very high and the lows are very, very low. And there's not the middle ground stuff, I think, is not interesting enough or good enough to kind of catch people's interest, really. It's like stuff that is fun to me because I like janky stuff and I like trying to throw things together and make it work. But unless you're playing, that kind of game, it's not a very interesting expansion.
And I want to add, with regards to combat, it is so interesting to know that they have pretty much axed combat cards and didn't really bother with making any new ones since Premiere. Yet there are so many cards in the Scully set that refer back to combat cards, including that hostage negotiation card that David has up on the screen. And not to mention a lot of the adversary effects for the Scully set. All it is like this adversary can use martial arts combat cards, or this adversary can use subterfuge combat cards. You got agents like Lieutenant Brophy. What's his effect? Combat cards. So there's a lot of cards in the Scully set that make use of combat cards, yet they are not a part of this expansion. But it could be my general take on where they were with the Scully expansion is that I believe got the strongest sense that they were just running short on ideas. And it was just when you had the same people who have been coming up with, at that point, over 500 card ideas, that they're going to be running out of steam at some point for just the select few that were developing these ideas. And I know that from just working on 2 expansions where by the end I'm starting to run short on inspiration. So I think it was a bit of a case of just not having a strong foundation of ideas going into the Scully set that may have been why we saw cards that didn't really stand out so much. But I also want to point out, Nathan, in addition to the ones that you mentioned, which those are great cards, I'm also a fan of the events Heroic Leap and He Won't Let Me Die. Those are very good event cards that I definitely enjoyed playing in the few games that I've used the Scully set. So whenever I'm playing a game with Scully set cards, those will definitely be inclusions in there as well.
And to be fair, I think that we don't know how much time they had to create those cards. Like for instance, for season 4, like look how long it took to go from writing to playtesting to creating them. And I think maybe they also had the pressure of, okay, we have to release those cards in, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months or 6 months. But it feels like we have the luxury, although granted we are not being paid to do that, so we are not only doing that for work, but maybe they also had the pressure of, okay, we have to release that in X amount of months, and so we do have to come up with something.
That could be true, that they had to push some more cards out because Premiere had been such a setback, that they kind of needed to get cards out there double time. Just to kind of help give marketing something to promote, to keep people's attention, or recapture some of the people that had dropped out because of a bad experience with the Premiere.
But it does feel that, contrary to what we are doing, it feels like they had ideas for the cards and then they tried to find scenes that they could apply those ideas to, as opposed to what we are doing is watching the episodes and using the episodes to find ideas for cards.
They may have had a more technical approach as opposed to a creative approach that we're doing.
And it could be they were trying to apply elements from say Magic the Gathering into the cards. So they may be coming from a standpoint of being card game players, as in it maybe card game players first, X-Files fans second, perhaps. But that's not to say that this is not a worthwhile expansion to purchase if you are an avid fan of this game. I wholly recommend acquiring a set. If you are as diehard about this game as the 4 of us, this is certainly a worthwhile addition to your collection. And as David sort of alluded to earlier, because it is authored by Next Games, I mean, for my part, I consider this to be these cards to be canon in terms of they're being part of the commercially released cards, even though they never were on the shelves at your comic book store or even Walmart back in 98. So I count them as canon because they were authored by those that gave us the commercially released sets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely give props to Next Games for putting that together. And if you're a collector, it's a must-have. If you're a player, you need to have it because we're going to use them. So you better be ready for it.
Well, some of us will, David.
Who said that?
Oh, you just kicked him out. All right. Sayonara, Nathan. Oh, welcome back.
Oh, here we.
He's back, but he's at the bottom now. This is my my favorites list.
His vengeance is short-lived.
You were banned for 5 seconds, but now you're back. Anything else about the Scully expansion, gentlemen, before we move on?
I think we trashed it enough.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. It's a good set.
And
no
I don't see anything
one.
from the comments. I did see Madeline. I apologize. I don't know where your hard stop was, but I'm going to throw that comment up there.
It was probably something I said, more than likely. I should just mention she just joined our Discord group a moment ago.
Oh, very nice. Yeah,
welcome.
and welcome to the group. And Stephen has been getting her ready for playing. So prepare to see
I
her.
will point out because Guillaume and Nathan weren't present at the time, but Madeline and I did play a game of X-Files CCG already, and guess what? She won. So congrats on that, Madeline.
Wow.
Good job.
I almost feel like she should get a certificate or a trophy or something.
Oh, yeah.
In fairness to me, so what it was is like I made her deck first, and then by the time I got to making mine, it was very, very late, and I was just kind of throwing cards together. It was not my usual conscientious, meticulous deck building that you guys come to expect from me. So it was partly that, and also during the game, I think to the same extent the cards that I needed were not coming up when they needed. So, and she played a good game. So it was a combination of all those. But yes, I want to congratulate her on besting me in our first matchup.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps she's a natural.
Could be. I think that there's an element of that to be considered as well. So bravo again, Madeline.
Great work, Madeline. Good job keeping him real there. All right, well, let's move on. Season 4. Stephen, do you mind if I keep all of us in here since this one is...
please, guys. Yeah, ring in when it, because I might just go on a rambling diatribe again, and I need you guys there to stop me. So yes, all right. Season 4.
Season 4. This is another one that is complete. Oh, Stephen, my hosting took over. Go for it. This is your expansion. Let me just advance the slide here. There's the title card. Very cool. Who do we credit for that artwork there?
Guillaume actually was the one who came up with the initial draft for it, at which point I passed it along to Dax. So what you're seeing there, the finalized product is brought to us by Dax, as is every card that you're seeing. But we do owe a debt of thanks to Guillaume for his creativity in engineering that one, as well as some of the other face cards that you're going to see in the course of this presentation, including the next expansion that I'll be talking about.
And it was very cool. I loved it so much. I decided it's going to disappear now that I've got it here. But I made these custom dividers for my cards for season 4, and I used that artwork for the
very nicely done.
For the art there. It's very cool, very kind of dark and creepy at the same time. I love it. But anyway,
I was gonna say it's a really good image that represents season 4. It was a very jaw-dropping finale, and that is one of the more iconic images that I take away when I think of that particular season. So yes, season 4, codename 040460, believe the lie, is complete. We play tested it last fall. Again, 13 play tests. And we worked out a lot of issues with the cards that I had penned, and a lot of them, they're some varying degrees. They're either quite different or slightly different from what I had in mind. But I believe it to be a very satisfying set, and I hope that those of you who've already ordered a set from Dax, I do look forward to hearing any feedback that you have regarding those cards. It is so flattering to know that there have been this many orders placed for these sets, that Dax has been, keeping me apprised of that. And so I'm just very gracious for those of you guys that are, willing to shell out your money to get yourself a set of these cards, which, by the way, I'm going to, again, disclaimer, we are not making a single dime on these. This is purely for the cost of printing and shipping it. So the only one who's actually making bank on this is the printer over in China. That we are not making anything out of this other than the sense of reward for being able to put something out there, as Nathan had said earlier. So it's very satisfying, very rewarding experience. And so this expansion, yes, was a labor of love, and I'm very pleased with how the final cards came together. And so it is complete. It is ready for order. You can reach out to Dax in the Facebook group, and he'll take your order and he'll have it sent over to you. The turnaround is usually about 3 weeks from the time he submits the order. It gets printed and shipped from China to wherever you are in the world. So yeah, again, please do let me know how your games shake up with the addition of these cards. I do also want to thank everyone who was waiting patiently for these cards to become available. It took a collective, when all said and done, it took about 1.5 years, I think, to get these cards from pen to what you see there with those images there, which, by the way, I do want to point out, those 4 cards you see there were the final changes that were made to the expansion before Dax opened it up for people to place their orders. So we just had a few title changes, and I think the Shiv card was missing the Advanced X, little details like that. It just really wanted to take the time to fine tune any of the cards that I thought maybe needed to be revised for either for corrections or because we're taking into account some of the future expansions that we're going to be doing. And of course, trying to, like with the case of those title changes, is just to make the cards seem a bit more faithful to the commercially released ones that came before.
Well, I can tell you that I was impressed from day one with these cards. I said it in my unboxing video, a separate video that I published earlier than this. Oh, Nathan will come back, I'm sure. That's more punishment for making fun of me earlier. But
That's what I
thought. The way these cards seamlessly integrated with the commercially released cards that were out there at the time, and the thematic. Now we all know that I have not quite gotten to season 4 in my binge watching, but I know that I do remember the cancer theme being a big one, the gulag being a big theme. So I was excited to see those represented, not just with like 1 or 2 cards, but an entire mechanic of sending agents to the gulag and having them stuck there, and with the Shiv, a way of getting them out too. So it was very well planned. A lot of the cards referred back to the commercially released ones, and they worked really well together. So I thought it was great. I was very excited to be part of it.
Yeah, I remember being really excited when I saw the first 2 cards that you posted on Facebook, and it was the first 2 agent cards, and yeah, it was really, really great. And then Nathan reached out to create the Discord group, so that was really exciting as well, being able to have been part of that expansion. Yeah, I'm really grateful for that.
And I am grateful too, because those cards, as if you guys had not stepped up and put together this community and in your willingness to help refine those cards, I hate to say, but without your guys' help, some of these cards would have been very problematic by the time people got their hands on printed ones from Dax, because you guys helped me refine a lot of those cards over those many months, and they are way better than I had initially conceived. So I do thank you guys, for each of you, for your parts and your role in helping me to make a very, very serviceable expansion. And there are even a couple of cards in there that I want to credit Guillaume for making. There's a couple event cards from the episode Synchrony that I hadn't conceived, and so there's a couple effects in there that I thought are especially unique, that we owe to him for his ingenuity as well.
I think that when you first started writing these cards and when we first started playtesting, I think it allowed us to really refine the way that we play the game, and maybe there were some mechanics that we did not fully understand because we had not played as many games as we should have. And by the end of playtesting, we were able to, okay, this is how we're supposed to be playing, or maybe this card could be helpful in that situation. And it's something that you can only know once you've played a certain amount of games.
Yeah, a lot of good gameplay experience out of that. Not just refining the cards, but getting experience with the flow of the game and that kind of stuff.
With our own understanding of the rules, because I think there's, if you just go by the rule book, there's a fair amount of ambiguity, and everybody kind of doing things a little bit differently that sometimes makes it a little harder to get through a game, and us sort of collaboratively playing the game and working through those things and how cards should be played, I think is immensely useful. It produced not only a great expansion, but also deepened our understanding of the game going forward for future expansions.
Absolutely. Any reason you picked these 4 cards other than they were the final 4 edits?
I think that was pretty much the reason that I wanted to include those. And I do want to point out that image for that Shiv card was not an easy one to get. Dax was unable to find a good image from through his usual means, and that one there, I was going like frame by frame, because if you watch that episode, that the way that Shiv comes out of his pocket is less than a second from that image that you see, right, that close-up shot. And so it was like frame by frame by frame, trying to get the nicest image possible to go on that card. Because if you watch the episode, it's like even the point where he's receiving it in the prison, it's being slid through a hole, and the whole scene is like very, very dark, so you never really get a good look at it except for that one frame right there. Any other frame you look at that point, it is just blurry. So that one was I think that was the other reason, because that was especially trying image to acquire, as I recall.
That just highlights your dedication to the craft.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, hey, Persephone is joining us as well.
Yeah, we saw Cholera earlier, and now Persephone's here. That's 2 cats.
Now that you mention it, might have been surprisingly quiet this evening.
Oh, they know that this is a particularly long broadcast, so they've got plenty.
Or maybe he's not concentrating on a game, so what, not interested. They only want to disrupt me when I'm trying to throw down in a course of game.
Right on. I know we've talked about this a dozen times, but for anyone who is just kidding, and Madeline's very happy. She's got her cat fix there. Particular favorites. I know we talked about out of the cards. When you buy this brick, it's evenly distributed, one of each, as opposed to chase cards. But we did talk about some favorites that if this were commercially released and you were buying boosters and they were collated to encourage chase cards. Let's start with Nathan here at the bottom. Your personal favorite for any new people who maybe haven't seen our previous podcast. Which was your favorite of this one?
I'm gonna cheat on this question, and I'm gonna pick a concept, and the concept is the gulag.
Sure.
I very much enjoy sending people there and trapping them there for a considerable amount of time. And I guess the runner up, if I just have to and Shiv is part of that as well. It gets you out.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have to pick a card, Quarantine Zone, I think is the number one. I know there are a lot of great ones. I'm sure you guys will cover some of them, but for me, Quarantine Zone is the standout. Really an opportunity to set the opposing team back for a number of turns with that card. And I remember in playtesting, we actually had to temper that one a little bit because it was too punishing, and reduce it to 2 turns. So
That's right.
There's one that I think probably everyone is thankful that that we got our teeth into in playtesting. So yeah, Guillaume, what do you think?
Yeah, I remember us spending a lot of time on Quarantine Zone trying to refine, and I think it went through several versions, and we decided on a version, and then a few playtests later, we felt like it still was too powerful, so we had to change the effect again. Yeah, as far as my favorite card is concerned, it's quite difficult. I'll say, off the top of my head, it would be Happy Birthday. I really like that one, the event card. And the runner-up might be the Apollo 11 keychain.
Sure.
Those were 2 that I was certain someone else was going to name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stephen, we're going to go to you last since this is your.
Oh yeah,
your
you're next, David. You're next. Go ahead.
I'm going to say that it's a tie, and I'm actually going to do the same thing Nathan did. The overall mechanic of Cancer and Gulag were both the big draw to this, as opposed to any one particular card. I thought they were true to the episode. I thought they were very well thought out, and were very exciting, very interesting. I remember in the Discord posting, "I'm going to give one of you Cancer tonight," and very inappropriate comment, but strictly within the confines of the game. I didn't wish any of you any ill will, but it was a mechanic that I was looking very, very forward to putting a deck together that would feature and focus on that and really take full advantage of it. So it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun to do that, which that's why I play this game, is to have fun and be thematic with the X-Files show. If I were to choose one particular card, it would probably be Happy Birthday. No surprise there. I keep trying to get equipment other than just CP fodder. I keep trying to get equipment cards out there, and Happy Birthday is a big help for that. So that's my 2 cents on that. Stephen, this is your baby, so you went last.
And I gotta say, I don't get enough of hearing. Oh, go ahead, David. Sorry.
I was going to say, this is like asking a parent to pick, which one's your favorite child.
But I will.
But
and I do want to say, it is. I never get tired of hearing you guys say which cards are your favorites, and it's just very rewarding. So I'm actually probably going to go. I'm going to name a few cards that I just want to point out are highlights. But if you want to, gun to my head, my all-time favorite, I got to go with the Peacock Brothers. And why? Because this was the first card that I wrote for this expansion. This is the one that prompted me to want to do this in the first place, because the Peacocks, unfortunately, were not represented in the commercially released set. And the whole reason I wanted to get behind doing this expansion was because that meant we could have a Peacock Brothers adversary card. So this is the one. This is the one that I hold near and dear, because I wouldn't have had this full expansion here if I wasn't really so gung-ho on seeing these awesome adversaries represented on a card. So that is that. And in addition, because it's from the same episode, I want to highlight this particular bluff, the Mrs. Peacock bluff, which I'm very fond of, especially after seeing how well it played in one of the games in which there was, I can't remember, Guillaume, I think it was you I had played, if I remember right, in which I think you had a witness resource in play, and I played that card to force you to discard it, and then I got to play the Peacock Brothers right on top of that card. Was that not a game against you and I?
Well, I can never remember a game once it has ended, but I do remember you trying to play the Peacock Brothers on me, and I think it was while investigating their house, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that is one of two sight cards in this set that I'm most fond of, and this is the one. But before I show the Peacock Brothers house, I really want to point out that the image for Svo's tattoo parlor was so unexpectedly beautiful. And it's not really a favorite episode of mine. I know a lot of people like it, but it's not really a standout for me. But damn, does that image just really stand out when I'm combing through the sight cards. I love looking at it. It's just got a nice array of colors. And so I especially like that card. And yes, the Peacock Brothers house, which I had in front of me a moment ago, but now I seem to have misplaced. Oh, there it is. Okay. So yes, the Peacock Brothers house was the second card that I wrote for the expansion, and there it is right there in all of its glory. So that one is another one that I hold near and dear as well. And this one was an unexpected in terms of I didn't realize how great this effect was going to be, because damn, this has become one of the cards that you guys use consistently in your games with the season 4 set. And when I penned it, I had no idea that was going to be the case. So I'm it was more of a, when all is said and done, I was like, man, this is a really great card, because you guys really took well to this particular one.
Once you know how useful it is, Maintain Deniability is a great card. Yeah.
I was just going to say the glare was on the card. I was hoping maybe you could read the title and the effect.
Maintain deniability. For the remainder of this turn, your opponent may only play keyword government cards. That really just locked him in there. And actually, it's interesting that not only that card, which is from the episode Unrequited, but there was another card, actually it's a bluff card, that has also been a staple of our decks whenever we're using season 4, and that one being No Trespassing, also from Unrequited, where you play to prevent all agents with the keyword FBI from contributing their skills to that site. That one became a very handy bluff as we saw in the course of play testing. So yeah, I wanted to highlight some of those cards that we found especially useful in our games. And Search Warrant. I think that one.
Oh, yep.
That's another favorite of mine too. Although that wasn't the original effect, though. That one, that one, I think we revised a little bit. Honestly, if you ask me, I don't remember what the original effect was, but I'm very happy with how the final card came out. So I think that about does it. Oh, but I did want to mention is that the one of the other reasons I wanted to do this expansion, as after I got, aside from getting those images from home represented, I really wanted to see more witness resource cards, because there were just so few in the commercially released cards that I really wanted to take this expansion as an opportunity to provide more witness resource cards that kind of run the gamut of the possible effects. So you guys got a healthy dose of witness resources to choose from for your future games. And that about wraps it up.
Well, now that's Svo's tattoo parlor. Such a great image, almost foil worthy, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, I believe you're correct on that, David. And maybe I could be so. You know what? I don't have foil. I have the peacock. I have the peacock house in foil. So, but not Svo's tattoo parlor.
Don't you?
No,
okay.
I just have the peacock. The peacock house is the peacock residence. Is the only sight card I have in foil.
Oh, I might be getting confused with another player who has that in foil.
Okay. I do have the Peacock Brothers in foil too, but yeah, no, I don't have Svo's tattoo parlor. That the only side I have is Peacock Residence in foil.
That's okay, because I think I outed Guillaume here as also the owner of some foil cards.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
But yeah,
Very nice.
I could have sworn that it was on the list of cards that we chose for you. So
I need to eventually get them all in foil because these are just too beautiful.
Well, and it's the first big one that has made it this far. Oh, I think we have a comment here.
Foils, yes. Thing of
Foils,
beauty.
yeah. Again, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Midian Gaming. Thanks for joining us and for commenting there. The foil cards. I was mentioning this when I was doing the unboxing. That I was doing an unboxing for a different game that had some foil cards in it, and I mentioned that was one of the things that I missed in X-Files was not having a chase card in foil, having like a set of those to track down. That was, I think we brought that up in one of the Ask David May sessions, and he said the technology wasn't quite there yet to be able to do that. So the game that I was unboxing at the time was 24, the card game, and that was released I think like 2006 or something. So
yeah,
they had caught up with that kind of thing, but that would have been the one thing that I would have asked for, is not only just with the rarity making cards, chase worthy and, big on the secondary market, but foils. So that's fun to see the X-Files cards and foils. I like that. All right. Turning it back to the our viewers here. We've got 3 still. If no one has any more questions, we'll move on to the next expansion. I don't see anything, so let's just go right ahead. And now, there it is, Season 5, Resist or Serve. Now another one penned by Steven. So Steven, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much again, David.
Before you get going, I'm going to just very quickly describe the format here. I'm going to send the 3 of us to the back, and so you have the floor to just say whatever you want to say about the expansion, and then when you're all done, we'll all come back and we'll take questions from our viewers, and we'll all kind of engage in a discussion. This way, you have a chance to just go through the season, talk about what you want to talk about, and then we'll take questions after.
Okay, and if I just say next slide, you'll go on to the next one for me?
Yeah, I'll be listening closely. Just say next slide, and I'll get the cue.
Okay, and I'll try to keep it brief because there's a few more expansions to talk about after this one. And so yes, currently, while we are in the process of getting ready to playtest the Blackwood expansion for the Fight the Future film, at the same time, I am working on getting the drafts of the cards for the Season 5 expansion 112263, which is, for those of you who may not be as avid fans of the show, the birthday for one of the lone gunmen, John Fitzgerald Byers, as revealed in the 5th season episode, Unusual Suspects. And so this expansion, just like the Season 4 expansion, is going to be composed of 175 cards with several promos included. Right now, I'm looking at there being about 6 promos to be included in this expansion, but it will be the same size as the Season 4 expansion. So for those of you who are aware what the costs of Season 4 is for printing and shipping, you can expect that to be the same with this one when all is said and done. Most notably, this expansion, which is going to be another one of those labor of loves. And as you can see from the images on this slide, I'm most especially fond of being able to take the trio of lone gunman characters and give you agent cards. Yes, they appear as witnesses and events. However, because those cards titled them only with the character's last name, it's still, for checklist purposes, you're getting the characters with their full names as you see listed on these agent cards. So they are distinct. But if you look at the effects for each of those, which you won't be able to see, they do they do pay homage to the effects of those characters as found in the commercially released cards. So I'm very happy to be providing lone gunman characters as agent cards because they were such a staple of the series, and they were present throughout from beginning to end. And I just think they're best served as agent cards as opposed to one-shot event cards or witness cards to be used in the course of the game. I think because they were such recurring characters on the show, I like the idea of being able to use them throughout the game. Next slide, David. And so just like with previous expansions, there's going to be a wide array of adversaries available in this expansion with a wide array of effects too that I'm hoping, you guys are going to take very well to, because not only are they carefully conceived to be faithful to the adversary's abilities as seen in the episode, but also translates to a serviceable effect in the course of a game. And so, yes, we're finally getting to see Riley Strickland as an adversary from the episode Bad Blood, the fan favorite that usually sits in everyone's top 5 of favorite episodes. Next slide, David. And we do have some witness cards as always. Some will be, witness resources, but we'll also try to run the gamut of combos that have not been covered by previous witness cards as well. But what I'm also doing to try to give the witnesses a bit more appeal is to provide them with secondary effects that, in addition to being able to provide a couple of skill values to this skill or that skill check, but there'll be a secondary effect that you can also consider using, like being able to call forth a particular card from the deck, or being able to negate a particular card that gets played on your team. But actually, you're also going to be able to see characters from the fan favorite Black and White episode, the Postmodern Prometheus, as seen here on this slide. And I also want to give credit to Nathan regarding the witnesses, because he authored a unique witness effect that is going to be prevalent throughout the witnesses in this expansion. It's a very unique effect. It's not one of the 3 seen there, but it is a recurring effect that will make it so that the witnesses might actually have a better sense of appeal for those who may not necessarily be inclined to use them for anything other than CP fodder. Next slide, David. And of course, you're getting some very lovely sites with this. And I have composed a spreadsheet in which we can tell where the multi-site combos that have yet to be represented, so that there surprisingly is a lot of combinations that we have yet to see, even though, it seems like we've run the gamut with site combinations. There are actually surprisingly quite a few combinations out there that have yet to be done. And so I'm very pleased with that, because that means we're going to get to see a lot of beautiful scenes from the episode, some locations translated into site cards. And most notably, we got 2 from the Black and White episode Postmodern Prometheus represented there as well. And the one nearest to me is the University of Indiana, Bloomington, which is actually my alma mater. So that is one of the reasons why I especially like that episode. But yes, I'm very happy with being able to translate that to an X-File card. So you can be assured that I will use every opportunity to bring that site card out in the course of a game. Next slide, David. And I think that's it. Okay, so I didn't realize we had any other slides for me. So that pretty much wraps it up. Because at this point, yes, I'm currently sending the card text to Dax to just make a mock-up, and you guys in Discord can review. And once we eventually get all the cards to him after we've play-tested Blackwood, we'll then proceed to playtesting the Season 5 expansion.
Awesome. So second review, let me bring this up. Second review, still kind of like I said, kind of a fluid thing, but kind of gives everybody a little bit of an idea of where it is in terms of production.
Correct. What that
Gentlemen,
means is that you guys have reviewed the text that I provided you guys on the spreadsheet when the cards had no images, really no images at that point. There was just text. So they passed the initial review, and at this point, you guys are reviewing the mock-ups, the first drafts that Dax is drawing up in the Discord team at this point in time. So this is what we call second review.
Yep. And very quickly, Madeline says they look amazing. So I just wanted to get
Thank you,
that
Madeline.
compliment up
And
there
of course,
for
thank you, Dax. I mean, they wouldn't look as gorgeous, I mean, without your attention to detail.
Yeah. Go ahead, Guillaume, please.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing some of those cards, and there are many cards that Dax has not worked on yet. Some of the event cards that I'm really looking forward to. There are some new keywords as well, so it would be fun to see them in action. So, and from the card that you've shown us, I'm really excited to play a game with the 3 Elan gunmen on the same team.
Absolutely. And I wanted to make them 6 RP agents. So because obviously if they were 7, then obviously you couldn't use all 3 of them in the course of a game. But 6 I thought was a very fitting cost for them, because next after Mulder and Scully and Skinner, it's like they are the most recurring characters in quantity throughout the series. And so I think that 6 RP cost is a fitting cost for those particular characters, and they did provide and they do have a wide array of skills, which again I think speaks to their strengths as characters throughout the series.
So having these as agents brings me a question: are we going to see a mini expansion for the Lone Gunman TV show?
Oh gosh, we haven't talked about that, have we?
Something to think
from
about.
Your mouth to God's ear.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch that show?
Oh gosh, yes, many times. And that show occurred. The show aired, and the timeline for it occurs in the later half of season 8. So I would say if we were going to do that, I don't know if that's something we could do in between, like say seasons 8 and 9, or if you guys just wanted to wait till we ran through season 9. I don't know, that's something for us to talk about, but that's not a bad idea. I mean, that would be great.
That'd be kind of a fun mini expansion or a subset.
Sure. Yeah, there's only 12 episodes, or no, 13 from that series, but yeah, I think it would translate to a nice mini expansion.
Gone too soon,
to be honest. And this is way down the line of conceptual things, but I would really like to do 1 or more expansions for Millennium that is compatible with this game. And I know there are challenges to that because of the X-Files, centric nature of guessing the characteristics and that kind of thing. But I have, every now and then I have a decent idea while I'm in the shower or something. And I think I've got a way around that, but we can explore that, like I said, for way down the line after we get through the main X-Files seasons here.
I would very much like to see an expansion, or not expansion, I'm sorry, a game for Millennium created, because really that show has some episodes that surpass a lot of X-File episodes in terms of quality storytelling and just compelling, riveting characters. I mean, that is a big statement to say. Like, I'll tell you, for instance, like season 2 of Millennium is better than a lot of seasons of the X-Files. And I know like some people would be like sacrilege, but if you have not seen season 2 of Millennium, then then just watch it, because you will be blown away by how amazing that is.
No spoilers.
I will not spoil anything, Guillaume. I know you're currently watching that show right now, but I'm telling you, when you get to season 2, it is just a thing of beauty from beginning to end.
I did not have time to write reviews of some of the episodes, but I actually started season 2 earlier this week. So I watched the first 4 episodes of season 2.
Wow.
And it's funny to mention that, Nathan, because when I was watching the show, I did not have specific cards idea, but I was like, okay, if X-Files CCG rules were applied to Millennium. Like instead of the bureau, it would be the yellow house, for instance. And then for season 2, they set up the whole computer with the countdown in Frank's basement, and he has access to the Millennium Group database. So I was like, okay, this could be a game mechanic as well. So yeah, it could be fun to try to create cards for that show.
And in my mind, you can play the Millennium sets as a standalone, but they would also be, the cards themselves are compatible with.
There is precedent for that. There's the Terminator.
Yes, there is
card game, and then Aliens versus Predator was created kind of in parallel to that, and the mechanics are shared, and the gameplay is shared so that you can intermingle them in the same vein as the Dark Horse comics, where they had a lot of crossovers with Aliens and Predator and Terminator and that kind of stuff. So it's we know it's possible.
But I didn't want to, let's not sidetrack this too far from season 5 with talks of different TV shows.
Sure. There's plenty of time afterward to talk about what's coming up in the future. What else do we have here? Gnaw of the Vampire. That image lives in my nightmares rent free. That is freaky. That kid with the weird eyes.
And that was going to be the face card for the expansion. As you see, we ultimately went with one of the alien rebels up there in the corner, the blue card. Originally, we were going with Gnaw the Vampire because, again, that is one of the more iconic images from season 5. But we decided to go with the rebels because they are a very formidable foe, and their adversary card, you better believe, is a formidable one.
And it was also more cohesive with other title cards for each expansions, which are from mythology episodes.
Correct.
A lot of black and white. Another favorite of yours.
I just wanted to showcase that, yes, the black and white episode from season 5 is going to get some heavy representation in this expansion.
Well, it's a great episode.
Yeah, when Chris Carter really puts his mind to it, he can put together a very nice episode, both from the writing standpoint and the directorial standpoint as well.
Although I think if it were written today, it would not fly as easily.
Probably not. There might be some PC aspects to it that wouldn't hold up in 2023.
Well,
now we know that the number of streams for that episode is going to get a little bump now because everyone's going to be curious.
Well, then they're also everyone's going to start jamming to share or to Walking in Memphis when they finish watching it as well.
Now, I wanted to revisit this particular slide with the sites to again highlight the value of joining the Discord and being part of game development. The site in the bottom right corner there with the trailer, Max Fenig's was the topic of much debate. The image, which image were we finally going to use? Stephen put out 2, and he couldn't decide which one, and so we put it out to the community for a vote. It was actually kind of interesting to see how it played out. I'm hoping that we'll see maybe as a promo or a foil card, the alternate image as a chase card for that particular one. But we'll see how that plays out. But
you have to make that case to Dax then.
The Dear Leader has the final say on that, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't do alternate images too often, but if presented with a situation where it is just really, really hard to choose one, it could happen. I do want to point out, as of today, I just sent him the text for Cheney, Texas from Bad Blood. I know Guillaume and I actually went like over and over which image we thought would best suit that particular site. That one was a tough call.
Oh yeah.
But I think the one we're going with is the right one. but that was another instance in which, there were a couple images I thought I could go either way on that one. And then I also sent him the text for what's right after. Oh, Kazakhstan. So those are the sites he's working on at this moment in time.
And those only live in digital form right now, right?
Oh, not even, because he hasn't done them. I just sent him the text today.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, I would have given you those to put up here. But yeah.
Well, again, a nice point. If you join the Discord, there's lots of great debates and discussions going on like that you can help shape.
Yes, you can vote on images for particular cards, in as we're talking about.
Yeah. Any spoilers you can give on Studio Squim here on August 12th?
Sure. Yeah. Like season 4, which had a couple of thematic elements, as we mentioned earlier, the cancer element, the gulag element. I really wanted to try to do something along the same lines with this expansion, and we got a little bit of that with the episode, the key episode, the key mythology episodes for season 5 being Patient X and the Red and the Black. There are a lot of cards in there that are going to tie in from that particular episode, because we're going to get the abductee keyword that we just slightly dropped in like one card in season 4. That's going to come back into play in this expansion. We're also going to see some other keywords factor heavily throughout this expansion, including keyword trader, and that one's going to actually tie or that one's going to come from the episode Travelers. And there's also we're going to see some more insanity cards as well, because we have some great episodes like Folly Adieu, for which we can draw, and Unusual Suspects as well, that we can draw the insanity element into the game.
Yeah, insanity, one of those keywords to nowhere that I call it. That's
not anymore.
Not anymore. They alluded to it in the commercially released cards, but it's there wasn't any follow up with it. So we were all kind of left scratching our heads. What were they going to do with that? Did they abandon that keyword, or was there a plan for it? But you picked up what they put down, and now we're going to grow the game as a result. So that's very exciting to hear about too. Does that mean that we're going to finally be able to use Mostov's sketches?
Oh, you can do that now with season 4. We brought, and sorry, we didn't mention that, because we did mention the gulag, we mentioned the cancer elements. Insanity plays a part in the season 4 expansion. You've got the episodes like Never Again, especially Never Again, where you can use the insanity keywords to bring in, such cards like Mostow, the Adversary, as well as the Puppet, for which the insanity keyword is first mentioned.
Great. Well, I wish I had thought of that when we were talking about season 4. But,
insanity kind of gets overshadowed by the gulag and the cancer elements.
Right on. Anything else that we can look forward to?
Yes, combat cards. There are 5. I think there are 5 or 6 combat cards in this expansion. So yes, I did not do combat cards for season 4. Admittedly, my muse wasn't really hitting me with any ideas for combat cards when I was writing season 4. But with the help of Guillaume and Nathan, we did get some combat cards in this expansion. Albeit not many, but nevertheless, there will be some combat cards showing up in this expansion. There will be equipment cards too, unlike the Scully set. Got some great equipment cards in there, David. One of them is one that would fit very well with your travel deck if you decide to ever resurrect that thing.
I do. In fact, I was talking about my travel deck in that season 4 unboxing in a previous episode on the channel there, using and of course, now that I bring it up, the name escapes me. Airlift was going to help me with my travel deck. So an evolving thematic deck for me, and I keep swearing I'm going to make that work one day. Just you wait. I'll
One
bring
day.
it back one day. One day, maybe around the season 7 or season 8 expansion, I'll have all the pieces of the puzzle. But we'll definitely see that, because that was kind of a fun thing to put together. It was one of the first decks I put together after getting excited from seeing Mike and Matt and getting into the expansion testing and that kind of stuff, to have just a regular game and have my cards all spread out across the table and putting them together and making sure that they were that I could use the keyword move cards to move my agents around and make that work. It's very cool. So can you tease or hint any of the combat cards? Because like I said, some of the designers weren't real excited about combat cards. That's why they kind of disappeared. So what's going to bring it back?
Well, I think this is just a small sampling of the combat cards that we're going to see eventually when we get to later expansions, most especially the one that Guillaume has been working on. There are quite a few combat cards in season 6 and 7. And again, I'm just not very, I like them. I have a hard time coming up with good ideas for them. But as I said, especially with Guillaume's help, I was able to come up with some that are derived from the episodes Patient X and Bad Blood and Detour. Actually, most of them are from Detour, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Detour, Bad Blood, and Patient X. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there are 3 from Detour. And
yes, I think one of them I think was Nathan's idea, if I remember correctly.
Yes. And then there's one from Bad Blood, one from Patient X, and one from the Pine Bluff variant.
Oh, you're right. The torture sequence.
How am I supposed to sleep tonight if you guys are speaking in very general terms? Can you give me anything specific? I'm keeping in mind that this is very early and game text and effects can change.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me one? Just give me one.
You've got it open in front of you. Have at it, my friend.
Okay, well, for instance, one of my ideas from Detour was it's a combat card. It's play this card on an agent who is forced to participate in combat without the rest of their team. The target agent may immediately receive one keyword weapon equipment card from another agent in their team. When combat ends, return the borrowed card to the original agent. In the episode, Scully is in the hole with the creature and she doesn't have her gun, so Mulder, who is still above ground, he drops his gun so that she can shoot the creature. There are several adversary cards that whose effect is the combat only occurs between the adversary and one agent. So if that happens, you have that combat card and you can borrow an equipment from another agent, because usually your opponent is going to choose an agent who has no equipment card or who has a low LRC or CRC skill. So in that case, you are able to use an extra weapon.
So imagine passing the SWAT tactical gear over to an agent in that particular situation.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity.
It is situational, but like a lot of combat cards, I mean, it could happen. I think it makes it even more satisfying when you are able to pull off those cards.
Absolutely, and you make some really cool combos that are not easy to pull off. That's very rewarding.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Anything else you want to throw out there regarding season 5 that we haven't?
I think that's about it. Like I said, look forward to seeing us playtest that once we've wrapped up playtesting for Blackwood.
Okay, so it's kind of riding on the heels of Blackwood there. We'll just kind of go from one to the other. All right. Well, let's move on. Seasons 1, 2, and 3 revisited. Nathan, this is yours, so I'm going to send the 3 of us back to the back, and we'll let you talk about this. And you did provide me with some cards there. So as you want to advance through the slides, just say next slide, and I'll roll it through. Fair enough?
Sure, sounds good.
All right, let's.
I'm going to need to come up with a series number identifier for this one, which I have given zero thought to, but everybody else has it. So yeah, this is, as the name implies, a return to the first 3 seasons of the X-Files. Obviously, I like that. It's very iconic time period. And it's been covered. One of the challenges of designing this set is that all of the commercially released stuff has already covered this in some way. But I think in looking back, I think there are a lot of omissions, and obviously I think that's naturally going to happen. You can't cover every single witness, every single site, but there are some really glaring things in watching the first 3 seasons that I think were missed, or I don't know, maybe they just stand out to me as being iconic cards that I just, or iconic characters and locations that I want to see in card form. And I think there's also a lot of play space here to utilize. And so I'll talk quickly about some of the overarching concepts of the season 1, 2, 3 revisited, some of the things I want to achieve in this expansion, and then we can talk a little bit about some of the cards we've already designed and some of my more specific ideas for it. So as far as the concept goes, I think one of the big focuses of the first 3 seasons is this idea of alien abduction, and are aliens real? And Fox Mulder is obviously trying to track down proof of the existence of aliens, and so one of the overarching things, and this plays back to even the very first episode where Mulder is describing his sister's abduction, is I want abduction to be sort of a headline theme of this expansion. And I think that dovetails nicely with a lot of existing cards. For example, Agent Lucy Kasdan, I think, hopefully I'm pronouncing that last name right. But her game text references abductions, but there aren't really a whole lot of cards in the first couple, the premiere and then the Mulder set that actually reference abduction. So you're going to see abduction. You can expect as a keyword on cards. It's going to sort of take a center stage in a lot of the events, especially that we're going to use. You may even see it on a site preview of coming attractions. We'll see that. Obviously, this is all contingent on play testing, and there's some stuff we need to hammer out with this. But I've got some interesting ideas for game space that we haven't explored yet. And the other big thing is, this is actually a nod to the Scully set, is you can expect to see an appearance of the keyword secret. There is a keyword secret card in the Scully set. I'm blanking on the name of it, but it references keyword secret. It allows it. I think it implies that the keyword secret is going to be on a face down card. So there are some challenges associated with that. Obviously, bluff is the big, face down card in this game, but you're going to see in a second. I've also been able to work it into some other kinds of cards. So with that, let's look at some of the specific cards, and we'll talk about some of the suits. Thanks, David. So this is one of the new agents we're going to be showcasing here, and you'll note that all of these cards I'm going to show you are from the very first X-Files episode pilot. And the reason for that is this was originally going to be a sort of subset of the main season 1, 2, 3 revisited. I think I've kind of scrapped that idea. I really wanted to celebrate the 30th anniversary in some fashion, but I think these cards in and of themselves are going to be a celebration of the 30th anniversary of the X-Files, even though they're coming to fruition maybe a year after this happens. So with that, I did do a lot more. You'll see that we're in the first draft phase right now where I'm just writing some of the cards. But for these pilot episode cards, I did do a little more refined development of them. I also sent them to the Discord group. So Guillaume and Steven and others have provided, David have provided their feedback on some of these cards, and I've tweaked them a little bit. So on a few you're about to see, I'll note where there are differences between the mock-up and what we're going to be probably playtesting. But for now, this gives you a flavor of what we're trying to do here. So this is Coroner Truitt. You'll note he's got the rare combination of skills here, the bureaucracy skill, medical and science skills. He's not going to cost a lot, and I think you'll find that to be a common theme amongst the agents in this expansion, because the Premier set and Truth and the Mulder set kind of hit the high notes, I guess, in terms of the agents. What you'll see in this set is an emphasis on some of the more minor agents, some that don't necessarily get very much screen time at all. So as a few examples, Detective Horton from Genderbender, Agent Atsumi from Conduit. So really the point here is that these are agents that you're probably not going to recognize. You'll probably have to look at what episode is this person from, even if you recognize the face attached to it. And one other thing I want to highlight before we move to the next card, the game effect on Coroner Truitt is probably one I'll be revisiting in a lot of agents. So his ability is he gets a token. You can discard the token to change the site prerequisite of the site you're currently investigating. So let's say you're investigating a bureaucracy 4+ site. You can discard his token to change that to a medical 4+ site. There's a downside to that that I'm building in. So it also adds certain keywords to the site, which means it's an opportunity for your opponent to play adversaries. And so it makes it a little easier for them to thwart your investigation, but also perhaps a little easier for you to satisfy the skill check. And part of the genesis of that was oftentimes I've had sites sitting in my hand that, I'd love to be able to do something with, but, oh, look, I have an agent in the hospital. I can't, the site is useless to me. So I wind up discarding for conspiracy points, which is usually 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky. So this effect is going to provide you an alternate way to use those sites, which I kind of like. So we'll take a look at the next card, which should be a witness. This is Dr. William Glass from the premiere episode. Not much to see here in terms of like sophisticated game effects, but you'll see that some of these witnesses are going to add to multiple skills. It's a lot of work to go and pull skill combinations from existing witnesses and see what else remains. But I'm trying to, as best I can, hit some of those skill combinations that have not yet been done. There are a few other witnesses that I've already developed. I don't have cards to showcase, but one of them is Teresa Nemen from the pilot episode, and the idea behind her card, and we're still kind of refining the language and how this is going to work. But basically, the agents have to protect her, and they have to do it on a timeline. So she'll get a couple tokens placed on her, and basically they still have to have her with them, and then they get some kind of benefit from it. And then one of the other witnesses I'm working on is Peggy Odell, who again is just kind of a unique combination of skills, alien investigation, evidence collection that we haven't really seen before on witnesses. So, all right, David, we can move to the next one. There are I think events are probably the headline of this set. I'm going to showcase 3 of them here, but I do have quite a few more sort of waiting in the wings. So this one, one of the things I would like to do with this expansion, if you haven't gathered already, is use some keywords that are only sort of tangentially referenced in other cards. So, for example, this is electrical malfunction is in the pilot episode when they're driving on the highway, and of course everything the car shuts down and stalls out, and this is when they sort of like, I think, begin to get clued into the fact that, oh yeah, there's something weird happening here. So this is gonna just negate one move card. I think we did add in our first review the keywords phenomenon and alien to this one too, but it is a card that can be played by both conspiracy and active players. So I think we have either a site or an event next, David. Let's take a look. Oh, this is one of my favorites, and I hope we can make this work and this survives playtesting in some fashion. This is the aforementioned attempt to work the keyword secret into the game. So this is one of the challenges in playing the game is that you oftentimes you draw a bunch of cards and then you have to discard them right away. And while that gives you a lot of options during the turn, it is kind of anticlimactic, I guess, to have to just get rid of all of these cards in your hand. So what this is a resource event. It's going to stick around, and you can actually discard conspiracy cards instead of going to your discard pile. Put them underneath the Pentagon storage facility card with the keyword secret, and then later pay to add them to your hand. So it is kind of a resource intensive thing to do, which I think is good because you don't want people to use this as just an extension of their hand with no cost. So it is a little bit penalizing in terms of the cost to use it like this, but it is a way to use some of those conspiracy cards that you don't really want to discard off forever. And as another example of one of the things we changed on this card after review. So instead of the cards underneath it, so let's say Pentagon storage facility is going to be negated. Instead of having the cards underneath it be discarded, they're actually removed from the game. So that's a pretty significant cost to using it too. That sort of balances out the benefit. But I am really excited to explore the quote unquote secret keyword territory with these cards. Okay, David, I think we can go to the next one. Here's a site. This site actually looks nothing like what it currently looks like. So this was a straightforward evidence collection site when I first proposed it. It has become a multi-site. Stephen mentioned earlier that there are a lot of site skill combinations that have not been explored in multi-sites. So what we've done is change this to an evidence collection or behavioral 5+, which makes sense because it's a psychiatric hospital. And then a method or result question. But otherwise, what you see there is probably pretty close to what the final site is going to look like with the image and the flavor text. Yeah, so that's neat. Some of the other sites I have planned for this are some, I think, of the more iconic sites in the X-Files. So Zeus Storage, you probably remember. The Flying Saucer from the episode Deep Throat, which is the bar where Mulder and Scully go to find out sort of where people are seeing the flying saucers. Places like that I think are really neat. Related to that, the witnesses at those locations, again, some of the most iconic witnesses in the X-Files to me. For example, Jorge from the season 2 premiere, Little Green Men, Dr. Sakar from the Erlenmeyer Flask, Colonel Budahas from Deep Throat. These to me are very glaring omissions from the initial set release that I think I'm having a great time developing cards for these characters. So I hope that everybody enjoys seeing with them. I'm really looking forward to getting this on the playtest table once I wrap up the first draft. And let's look at one more event card before we wrap up here. This is X Marks the Spot. I think I actually stole this name from Guillaume, who may have used it before me. So we'll have to work out who actually gets to use that in their expansion. But again, I think this is one of the coolest moments in the X-Files pilot. You know, Mulder gets out of the car, spray paints the X. You know that he knows something that we don't know. And it's just this overall very, very cool moment. But I think as far as the game effect goes, this is, again, something that will probably be a recurring game effect with a number of events in this set. So what this card does is it's an event resource, attaches to the agent. And I know this says all agents in the team. It's been revised to be all other agents in the team. So they're going to get +1 to their whatever skill it is. This one is alien investigation, but it could also be behavioral, occult investigation, whatever. And then the event resource gets discarded after you have successfully investigated a site using that skill. So it is it's kind of a one-time use card, but it also has the benefit of, for example, for 2 RP here, if you have a team of 4 agents, you could be gaining +3 to your alien investigation for that site skill check. So, yeah, and I think, I mean, I said events are going to be one of the highlights of this. I think I'm interested in exploring a lot of new territory. I have no illusions that some of the things I'd like to do with this set are going to survive playtesting. Some of them are just probably just my sort of weird off the wall ideas that are properly going to be scrapped. But for those that do, I think it's going to be a really fun, really interesting set. And I'm very cognizant of trying to balance, you know, let's not do too many new things in this one. Let's try to bridge some of the things that were not achieved or wholly accomplished from the first few sets. I think we can probably bring everybody in here. That's I've done enough talking about this thing. Happy to field any questions anybody has, or we can just talk about design in general, I guess.
I'm loving what I'm seeing thus far, Nathan. And like you, I'm very pleased that these characters or some of these iconic scenes like the one you see there are finally getting some representation in these cards.
Yeah, speaking about that card and the title of that card, yeah, as you mentioned, I do have a season 6-7 card that has that title, and it's actually from Requiem when Mulder and Scully stop on the road and they find the X that Mulder had spray painted 7 years earlier. So it's from the same. Yeah, it's funny that it's from the same, you know, site. And yeah, I'm sure we can change the season 7 title like X marks the spot again, or one more time, or something. It's the same scene. So yeah.
Sure, that's funny that we both independently came up with the same name for the same general card. That's great.
Yeah, I really like your the ideas that you have. Some of the things that I wrote down is that in no particular order, you mentioned some of the sites that you wanted to bring to this expansion. I know that the site that I really want to see is 66 Exeter Street.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Consider it done, my friend.
Yeah. That'll be the best site in the bunch there.
And the Pentagon storage facility is I think it's a great card, a great mechanic, and I'm really looking forward to play testing that.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't break the game. I mean, this card is an important thing because unlike a lot of games, you can draw as many cards in the X-Files as you have resource points or conspiracy points. So I think discard in the X-Files probably is a necessary balancing mechanic, more so than in a lot of other games. So yeah, we'll see how that works out. I think, let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's anything.
Nathan,
else.
in addition to Coroner Truitt and Agent Atsumi, what can you tell us what other agents we can look forward to seeing?
Yeah, there is Agent Bozoff. I can't recall what episode he was.
That would be Little Green Men.
Okay, yeah. So Agent Bozoff is one of them. Detective Horton from Genderbender.
And
a few
he's
Sheriff
also in
Oaks.
Sleepless.
He's
Horton
leading you
appears in-
somewhere.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he appears twice. Yeah.
Okay. Sheriff John Oakes was one that you had requested, so he's gonna make an appearance in this. Let me think if there's anybody else here. You know, I've talked before about wanting to do an agent for the FBI official who is, I believe, nameless. I think he's just senior FBI or something like that. But he's part of
man.
Yeah, with Blevins and the cigarette smoking man in the pilot episode, and of course he appears in later seasons too. And so I'll try to do that here, I think, and make him some sort of conspiracy adjacent agent along the lines of Krychek or Blevins. But I don't know what that's going to look like yet. So
okay. I do have an event card in which he's featured, but yeah, maybe you can draw inspiration from that one.
Yeah, David, I was waiting for you to throw down what's this top secret? Give us a juicy preview or something like that.
Nathan, so I'm very impressed with everything you've shown us so far, but what out of seasons 1, 2, and 3, what's like an overarching thing, some mechanic like cancer or gulag or maybe a new keyword? What's the gimmick for this one that's going to really sell me on it?
Yeah, so I think the abduction thing is going to be a lot of fun. But I'll tell you, one of the very cool concepts that I'm working on is the ability of an agent to become another agent. And I'll let you stew on that a little bit.
Oh, you're just going to let me sit on that? Okay. Okay.
Well, I'll say we see it happen quite often with the alien bounty hunter becoming.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
But this particular game effect, I think, is it has the potential. I mean, it's a risky thing. It's a risky thing to transform one agent into another agent as a temporary measure. I mean, it's nothing permanent, but it could thwart an investigation. It could aid an investigation. You're not really sure. So I'll leave the shape-shifting vague and ambiguous, and I know you like that.
All right. Any other thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, Coroner Pruitt, I really like his effect. I'm looking forward
I like it too.
to playtesting that as well. Although I was looking at the card and I figured my first instinct was this could be useful when your opponent plays an adversary on your site, and you can just use the Coroner's token to change the site prerequisite and to change the keywords on that site to prevent your opponent from playing the adversary. But it doesn't actually remove any keywords. It just adds some keywords. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I contemplated that too, and I thought that was important that it retain its original keywords, but it also gains something so that you're gaining something by being able to perhaps accomplish a site investigation that you otherwise would not. But your opponent, that has to be balanced somehow by giving your opponent the opportunity to do something on that site that maybe they would not be able to as well. So.
And what I also like about this agent card, and it's something that I will talk about in season 6, is you have it only costs 2 RP, but the skills are nice because usually in the previous expansions, not counting season 4 obviously, but like we mentioned, the Scully set agents, their skills are usually criminal investigation, evidence collection, which is kind of boring at the end, and it's good to have 2 RP agents that you can use for other skills, like your bureaucracy and medical and sciences.
Totally agree. And some of what I keep coming up with is an agent team that is, really, really high in criminal investigation or evidence collection, because they all have it, right?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, some of these other, it's hard to put together a team that has any competence in bureaucracy and medical, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in exploring some of these combinations that we don't typically see. I think that also has the advantage of enabling us to use maybe some other agents that we don't typically, because there's not enough of a supporting cast to really make that team work right now. So, I would love it if we could, get away from the CSI deck or the alien investigation deck and start doing some other interesting agent combinations.
I 100% agree.
I kind of like the CSI deck theme.
Not taking anything away from it. It's fine. It's just that, I like providing a vehicle for cards that we often overlook now, I think. And so that's, you were asking me, I guess, what's some of the concept. I think that's it for the season 1, 2, 3 is I'd like some of these cards to be to serve as a vehicle for underutilized cards that we already have now, whether it's in the Premier set or Truth or Scully, Mulder, whatever. So
personally, I'm excited about the secret keyword getting use, and I'll very quickly advance to the Pentagon storage facility. I think that's a very clever use of taking a keyword that was another one of those unused keywords that just kind of turned up on a card and nobody knew what the plan was. So I think that's a fun use of that. And I thought about using keyword secret to having like a witness played upside down as a confidential informant, and you don't know who the witness is until you have just the right circumstances to play them. That's just a little something to have in my head, but I like that Pentagon storage facility. Bit risky to take the cards out of play if it gets negated, but risk is high risk, high reward.
Yeah. Counterpoint. I mean, you're going to have access to conspiracy cards that you otherwise would not. So I think, I think. Well, we'll see in playtesting how it works out, I guess, and whether that's too harsh a penalty. I'll just say for those of you who are not familiar with the Scully set, the secret keyword secret card comes from a card called Discovering the Truth, which is a 3 RP event. And the text is, play this card to reveal any face down card by turning it face up, except your opponent's X file. If it has the keyword secret, it is discarded. So what that card will interact with Pentagon storage facility. You'll be able to play Discovering the Truth and look at any card that your opponent has placed underneath Pentagon storage facility, because it gives all those cards the keyword secret.
Very cool. I'm not seeing any questions from our viewers just yet. Anything else you guys want to touch on about seasons 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, David, could you go back to the previous slide? Yeah, that one. Next time I'm playing you in your travel deck, I'm putting 2 of those in mine.
I saw that. I was like, I do not like this card at all. I'm going to do everything I can in play testing to get this card removed. Nothing personal. But,
you're going to use like Hostein's effect on. Well, can you use Hostein's effect on a purple card? Yeah, you can, right?
Yes.
I would think so.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I guess this is active or conspiracy is the activator, so I guess that would work. I've never played Hostein's effect on a purple card, I don't think.
Yeah, no. It's usually reserved for bluffs or adversaries.
Yeah. So that's what David's gonna do. He's gonna use like Hostein and like Clyde Brookman to get that card out.
Just to get rid of
through your
electrical
hand, just to get rid
Yeah.
of it.
He's going to completely ignore all of the Manitou stocks
Yeah.
and spray and all of the really useful stuff and go right for electrical malfunction.
I
will
that
say
card, Nathan. I think it's clever that you're using. It's obviously the effect has been done, but the fact is it's a purple card, which gives it a little more use in the course of a game, because the existing conspiracy card just doesn't quite cut it unless you're playing a game with David.
Right. And you might ask, well, in what situations would you use this as an active player, right? But cards like Section Chief McGrath are move cards. They return an agent to the bureau. I think there's one other. Is it Sorensen with a similar effect?
Oh yeah, if you want to go season 4, there's
from
there
season
might
4,
be more than one. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there is a lot of potential for use here on both sides of the coin.
Definitely.
And David, I promise you, I'll balance it. I'll give you some other tool for your move deck just to help balance that out a little bit. Okay.
Well, the one of the keywords is negate. Am I reading that right?
Yes, that's right.
So isn't there a card that? Yeah, I was going to say, isn't there a card that negates and negates? So
yes, there is.
I'll
So you'll be drawing from season 4.
Yeah, X eliminated.
X.
Season 4 is proving its worth again and again. So it's.
As I mentioned, this is also going to. It's not reflected on this mock-up, but this is also going to have the keywords phenomenon and alien on it.
I just noticed I'm at the bottom. Was it because of this whole move card thing, David? I didn't.
That's just the way I clicked.
Kidding. I'm totally kidding.
All right.
Anything else?
Thank you, everyone, for coming to my TED Talk.
All right, then we move on to season 6 and Guillaume. Here we go, Guillaume. I'm going to send us all to the back, and the floor will be yours.
Okay. All right, so season 6, it's 10/13/68, which is Langley's birthday, and subtitled "The End and the Beginning." There are no significant tagline changes in season 6, so I felt that title was appropriate. It's the title of the official guide for season 6, and as I recently learned, it's also the title for the season 2 premiere of Millennium, so that's nice. Currently, there are 216 cards, so a lot of cards will need to be dropped from that expansion. In the previous state of the game discussion, I think I talked about the big mechanics of that expansion. So there are a lot of cards from Dreamland. Area 51 is a big part of that expansion, so we can go back to the episode if you want to know what it's all about. And what I've chosen to do here is to pick one card for each card suit, and maybe to kind of give you guys a preview of some of those cards. So you can go over to the next slide. So the first card is an agent. So as I mentioned with Corner Pruitt, I wanted to do the same thing that Nathan did, is create more 2 and 1 RP agents to help round out the team, and also have those agents have skills that are different from criminal investigation and evidence collection. So here you have Arlene, who is Skinner's assistant. So I chose a picture from Monday, but she, if I'm not mistaken, I think she was in 8 episodes overall throughout the series, starting with Bad Blood, and I think Steven will be able to correct me if I'm wrong. So from Bad Blood to Sunshine Days, she was in 8 episodes. So here it's from the episode Monday. Her effect is that she has a token on the card, and you can remove the token to look for one keyword bureaucracy card and add it to your hand. And she also has the effect that if she is on the same team as Skinner, they both gain a +1 to their combined bureaucracy skill. So potentially this means that together they could investigate a multi-site with the prerequisite of bureaucracy. So it's not a new mechanic, having 2 agents gain a +1 to their combined skills, but I felt this was appropriate for Orlin and Skinner. You can move on to the next slide. It's an adversary card. It's one of my favorite season 6 episodes, How the Ghost Stole Christmas. Steven mentioned that he had to change some of the adversary titles in season 4, and I had to do the same for season 6 and 7 to make it more cohesive with existing adversary titles. So originally it was titled Maurice and Lyda, and now it's the Star-Crossed Lovers. I tried to come up with an effect that would be faithful to what happens in the episode. So long-range combat round is skipped, and the agents have to use their behavioral skills to fight this adversary during close-range combat. And if they are not able to defeat the adversary in the first round of close-range combat, then your opponent chooses 2 of your agents, and those 2 agents will fight each other using their CRC skills, trying to reflect what happens in the episode, in that the ghosts are trying to manipulate Mulder and Scully and have them kill each other. There is also an added effect, is that this card can be played ignoring activator requirements if the Christmas present card is in play, and the Christmas present is an equipment card that will be featured in season 6, and it's from the same episode. So I hope I'm not talking too quickly. You can move on to the next slide. So here we have a witness. It's from the episode Titanus, an episode that I also really like. So you would play Alfred Felig when one of your agents is about to be sent to the hospital with 0 health. So you play this card and your agent's health is fully restored, and you send Alfred you remove him from the game. The idea is that in the episode he's actually chasing death in order to die, and because he's been living for I don't know how many years. The effect is kind of similar to Jeremiah Smith from the Scully set, except Jeremiah Smith costs 5, and he can also contribute to skill checks. I think Alien Investigation and another one. So here Felix only heals the agents. But there is an added effect which specifically applies to Scully. I think starting with the season 3 episode Clyde Bruckman, there is this running, well, not joke, but there is this running thing that Scully is immortal. In Clyde Bruckman, she asks Clyde Bruckman, well, tell me, how am I going to die? And he says, you don't. And in Titanus, when Scully is about to die, Alfred Felix actually dies instead of her. And so there were fan theories that Scully was now immortal, and it's something that is even referenced in season 10 in Mulder and Scully Meet the Were Monster. Scully actually jokes and she says to Mulder, well, don't you know that I'm immortal? So I thought it would be fun to reference that. And for this witness card, if it is played on Scully, not only is her health fully restored, but it is also permanently increased to 8, kind of making her invulnerable, or at least really, really, really difficult to send to the hospital. You can move on to the next slide. So here we have a site. Before I even started writing this expansion, or even knowing that I could write and create cards, I always thought that this image of the manor would look beautiful on the side card. So when I wrote cards for this episode, it was the first card that I wrote. I mentioned in the previous video that there are some sites in season 6 and season 7 that have an additional game effect. And that is because at the time I thought that once we would be doing season 6, we would have exhausted every possible site combination. And as Steven has shown us in his spreadsheet, there are still a lot of multi-sites left. But anyway, it's something that might be might need to be tested and play tested, but for some of those sites, in addition to, if your investigation is successful, in addition to asking a question, you also gain a game effect related to the particular episode. So again, for this site, if you successfully investigate it, you can look through your bureau deck and add the Christmas present card to your hand. I think it's also a way to there are a lot of times when we put specific cards in our decks, and then when the game ends and we did not even get to draw the card, let alone play it. And so it's a way to allow us to access those cards more easily. We can move on to the next slide. I'm really a fan of cards that specifically affect one agent. You have Scully Abducted, you have Krajak Possessed, for instance. So this card from SR819 specifically affects Skinner. So when Skinner receives damage, you can play this card. All damage is removed, and Skinner gains permanent +1 criminal investigation, +1 subterfuge. The drawback is that his CRC is reduced by 1, and his health is reduced by 2 to reflect what happens to him in the episode. But he also gains, you can also treat him as a res 2 when he's in the field, as opposed to treating him as a res 1 for the basic version of his card. Next slide. So this bluff is from the episode 3 of a Kind. It's not a favorite episode of mine, but it was a really fun episode to write cards for. We mentioned, I know that sometimes when we create, well, not sometimes, most of the time, when we create teams, they are strong in 1 or 2 skills. And so we send the team to investigate a monosite. Like, let's say, for instance, with my science team, when I investigate a science site, usually the prerequisite is 4 or 5, and my team has a total skill of 7 or 8 or sometimes 9. And so I wanted to do something with those extra skills that are not being used. And when you play that bluff, you can actually inflict damage to one of the opposing agents. And the damage assigned is the difference between the team's skill level and the side prerequisite. So if my team has a combined science skill of 9 and the prerequisite for the site is 5, then my opponent can assign 4 damage to one of my agents. It's kind of a way to make us rethink sending a team that is too strong to investigate a site. Next slide. So here we have an equipment from Biogenesis. We talked about the insanity keyword being used in season 4 and season 5, and it's a way to use it again here in season 6. This equipment allows you to look at one conspiracy card that your opponent has once per turn. The drawback is that the agent loses 1 health while this card is attached, and if the card is attached to Mulder, Mulder is afflicted with the insanity keyword. And the insanity keyword also comes back in season 7 from episodes The Sixth Extinction and The Sixth Extinction Amorphati. And the next slide, which will be the last for season 6, I have included combat cards in season 6. I wanted to write a combat card for each type of adversary. And it's another example of a card that uses a keyword that was introduced in a previous expansion. Here you would play that card on an alien adversary, and this card is free if it's played on an agent who has the keyword abductee. And abductee is a keyword that can be afflicted on an agent with season 5 cards. And that's it for me. I feel like I've talked way too much.
All
Oh,
right.
believe me, Liam, I felt the same way after talking about 2 expansions in a row.
I feel like I think I've mentioned this before, but sometimes it's really a struggle to come up with sentences that make sense. It's something that sometimes I struggle with in French. I start a sentence and then I kind of lose my train of thought. But if it's your native language, you kind of always find a way to, continue talking. But when it's not when it's in English, I find it more difficult. So I apologize if sometimes it's kind of, I don't know if it's annoying to hear me talk but yeah, it's really a struggle sometimes.
You come across way better than I do, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, no need to be self-conscious there. You came across great. Gentlemen, any thoughts?
I've seen a lot of these cards back when Guillaume was first drafting them, and I'm once again, it's a pity that it is so far from when we're actually going to get to be playtesting them, just taking into account the amount of time it's taking us to get through one of these expansions. It's so unfortunate that it is so far down the line in terms of like it'll be a couple of years before we get to playtesting this, and I'm so very excited to get a chance to try out some of these cards.
I feel like it's been so long since I've written those cards, and even longer for season 7. At some point you're like going back to them, maybe tweaking some of the effects, and then you're like, is this card even worth it, or is the effect good? Because you've been with those cards for so long that you don't know if they are actually worthwhile or not. So I'm really looking forward to when we will be able to playtest them.
What are you looking forward to the most, Stephen?
Probably the agent cards that has shown me is from he's from Scene Unziet and the Sixth Extinction, but I don't remember which episode the image is actually drawn from. He's got Agent Flagler in there. Could you remind me, or do you want to read the effects so I don't have to brutalize or to savage it by, trying to articulate it right now, Guillaume?
Is it from season 7 though?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, we're on season 6. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, that's true because Guillaume's doing 6 and 7. Yes, and I'm thinking collectively between the ones I've seen actually more of season 7 now that I think about it, because he and I reviewed those more closely. Actually, it's just that we did 7 first, and then we went back and did 6.
Yeah.
But if you want me to point out a very particular one, and again, it's from 7. If you want a very specific one, it's the credit card.
Yeah, FBI credit card. Yeah,
definitely. The FBI credit card from season 7, the Hollywood AD. It's an equipment card. I absolutely love that effect. But again, I know it's season 7. We're on season 6. I'm just getting my wires crossed because of how we looked at them backwards, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of difficult maybe for you guys to pick out his favorite card or some specific cards, because I've shown you guys some of those cards. Steven, you've seen more of season 7 cards, but it's, as you say, it's so far down the line that we are not familiar with those cards yet. I am, because I wrote them, but for you guys you're really vague and really abstract right now. So,
and we got a Donnie Faster adversary to look forward to as well.
Yes.
Right on. What, any new
and
keywords?
I think you did you've got an Alien Bounty Hunter one as well in there for season 7.
So no new keywords. No, I considered including one, but I figured the thing is, I think for season 6 and even more so for season 7 is that there is less of a like a general theme to those seasons. If I think about season 6, my ideas, the image that I have is fun episodes. And so there is something that I tried to represent on some of those cards. Like, the effect is not it's not a game-changing effect, but it's maybe more fun, something to bring more fun to the game. And for season 7, I think that there is, well, really no specific theme to that season. They did not really know where they were going, if the show was going to end or not. So I think I tried to make a set that was cohesive, but there is no like gulag or cancer or something that, you know, you can really identify with that set. I'll talk about that more for season 7, but for season 6, maybe the biggest concept is that you have cards. I've talked about that during the previous State of the Game video, but you have cards that from Dreamland, and there is maybe a card that is similar to the Pentagon storage facilities, that you place it in your field and then you can place cards underneath it and play those cards at certain moments. So that card is Area 51, and by placing cards underneath that, you can play keyword government and keyword secret cards for at a reduced cost. But you do have first to be able to play those cards, you do have to have access to Area 51, and you gain access to Area 51 by having certain agents, certain witnesses, or having certain equipment cards, like Maurice Fletcher's ID card that you can attach to an agent. And that gives you certain advantages, like being able to play those cards underneath Area 51 at a reduced cost.
David, going back to your question earlier, I do recall actually some specific cards from season 6. Guillaume and I worked together on Field Trip and Biogenesis, the last 2 episodes of season 6, and so there's some really good cards that we came up together with for those last 2 episodes, and I'm really excited to also get to see how they hold up.
And also, one of the big thing we will have to do, as I mentioned, there are 216 cards, so we will need to cut a lot of cards from that expansion. And I mean, not all of them deserve to maybe either be on this expansion or exist in card form at all. So, and if there are some good ideas and that we feel maybe we need to cut them, we can use them for season 8 or season 9 or 10 or 11 whenever we struggle for ideas.
There are always possibilities for little mini expansions too along the way. So keep that in mind. We'll keep some of our powder dry to keep on doing stuff after we're done with the main seasons here. So Guillaume, I think the alien artifact rubbing, phenomenal, perfectly captures the essence of that episode, that piece of equipment, and everything it does. I think it has four different effects, right?
Well, you do have to attach it to an agent who has an alien investigation skill. And then you subtract 1 from that agent's health to, show that the rubbing actually affects the agent's mental health. And so if it's attached to Mulder, Mulder has a cure in insanity instead. And so once per turn, you may randomly examine 1 CP card in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, I think that is top notch. Great job on that. Timmy as well, I think, is
Timmy's clever.
Yeah, from an actual like gameplay perspective. Timmy is one of my favorite cards that you showed me here, because I could see that having real, I would throw that in a deck just because people like to. David, looking at you, sometimes just like to flood the board, with their and send all of their agents to one skill check and just sort of overwhelming force that. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's a really, really creative design.
I think that card is sure to get you 1 agent. In all likelihood, that card's going to get 1 agent sent to the hospital easily. You can flick that on a 4 health agent and they're gone. It should be pretty easy to pull off. I do also want to give you kudos, Guillaume, for earlier. You did correctly indicate the span in which the character of Arlene appeared in the series, beginning from Bad Blood all the way to Sunshine Days. And I do want to add that she did appear in season 8, the episode Essence, as a first woman party goer, but in my head canon, that is Skinner's secretary.
Not the first time they've recycled actors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Coroner Truitt went on to become a FBI assistant director in Millennium, I think, right?
That is correct for season 3. That's correct.
Yeah,
He was also in the pilot for. It was interesting that he was not only in the pilot for the X-Files, but he was in the pilot for Millennium as well.
There you go.
And it's funny because when I'm watching Millennium, every episode there is an X-File actor, and
At
I
least
think
one.
one of the episodes that I watched recently, it was the season 4 episode Monster.
Like everyone under the sun.
And big character as well. Like you get the actor who plays Model, you get Chris Owens, like
you got Emily Sim is in there too.
Yeah.
It's like holy cow! Like all like the big like
almost
characters who
felt like
had
like,
dedicated episode is in that one episode. It's crazy. Not to mention Laura Means, from Field Where I Died.
Yeah. It really felt like, watching American Horror Story, where each season the same actors come back in different setting, and different story. So it was really fun to watch that.
Very good.
I'm just glad they got so many good actors to come back, and not people that were painful to watch, but like they seamlessly blend into their new role. Truitt, for example, the pilot, and then he came back in the Dwayne Barry as a
tactical commander.
Yeah. So, really, really, really good. Like, I know they're not the headline.
And he was Wayne Morgan, the witness card that we have for Scully set.
Yeah. They're not headline actors, but they're all very, very good supporting actors. So
didn't Nicholas Lee have a double thing too? He was
I think so.
He was the party goer, and then he came back as
club goer.
Not too many people know about that.
Yeah, I know.
I doubt he puts the club goer one on his resume, but
the conspiracy was really, really desperate for operatives at that point to recruit him.
It's like he's got firsthand experience with an alien. That's a good thing to put on your resume when you're applying for the syndicate.
Yeah,
I suppose. Well, I'm not seeing any questions from our current viewers here. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to talk about with season 6?
I'm looking to see Monday, the episode especially. I don't know what cards Guillaume did for that one. I don't think I ever saw those, but that being one of my favorites from Monday.
I think there is one that I sent you. Is that basically it's an event, and you kind of have to. Okay, let me pull this up really quickly. So so many cards in here.
I vaguely recall you sending me one, but it's been so long.
So it's titled Explosion at Craddock Marine Bank. So it's a conspiracy card. It costs 5 CP, and it's play after your opponent asks you a characteristic question about your X-File and obtains a no answer. As long as this card is in play, your opponent can only investigate sites which allow them to ask the same characteristic question that they just asked. Discard when your opponent obtains a yes answer.
Yeah, that's right. You did capture the time loop in that very well. Nice.
It was difficult because at first, like, you would want to be able to, I don't know, maybe repeat certain phases, but then since you discard cards, you have to change your pool. So going back to a previous phase would be really difficult to pull off.
I think that about wraps it up, David.
All right. Well, then I guess I'm on stage here, and I'm trying to find a quick resource here because I'm going to do something a little different for you here. Let me catch up with the slides really quick. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the back. I'm going to do my best to sell this concept, and I'll bring you back here. All right, the Field Office Crime Lab. Now, this was and still is in the concept phase. We'll see if it actually makes it out of the concept phase. Hopefully, I can get some support ultimately for this one, and possibly some assistance. But the Field Office Crime Lab was alluded to in the commercially released cards on just a couple of cards, a couple of equipment cards, and was one of those keywords to nowhere that I refer to, where it was mentioned on these cards, but nothing was ever followed up on it. It was probably a concept that was in alpha or beta testing and got cut for whatever reason, and it didn't get edited out of the final release of the cards, or possibly something that they had in mind for a later expansion and just wanted those cards to be available. But either way, the game didn't survive long enough to see a Field Office Crime Lab come to fruition. So my thought was I wanted to see if I could make something out of this. So the Field Office Crime Lab will become part of the playfield. And you can see here it's added above the hospital on the player one side here, the gulag there on the left, and the Field Office Crime Lab above the hospital on the right, and would occupy that spot. And the idea here is a brand new type of card called Ongoing Investigation. What this is, as you can see by the concept drawing here, that this is a card that is underlaid under a site card. And rather, when a site is failed for whatever reason, you would put this ongoing investigation card underneath it before it's discarded, and it would stay in play, and the agents go back to the field as normal. The ongoing investigation, unfortunately, the text is a little too small here, but the idea is that you would use evidence cards and witness cards in a brand new way. And you would send those to the Field Office Crime Lab, and then during the deployment phase, you would move agents there to resolve those. The prerequisites on the ongoing investigation card would be any combination of evidence or witnesses, we would call them, once they've been run through the Field Office Crime Lab. They would be either processed evidence or interrogated witnesses, and each ongoing investigation card would have a different combination of prerequisite requiring those, and then that would be commensurate with the game effect or action that comes with it, whether it's search your deck for a particular card, or search your deck for 3 cards and put them on top of your bureau deck in any order you want. Perhaps some other great game effect, and you would require more witnesses or evidence as the reward became more and more valuable. Let me just advance to the next one here. There you can see the idea of it being the underlay. And here's what it would look like as the evidence and witnesses are processed and investigated. They are then moved to the site card to accumulate there until you've satisfied the prerequisites. This is a concept that Guillaume was kind enough to put together for me. That would look like, would still be an underlay, and you can see it borrows from the adversary card where it's got the prerequisites at the top. So you could underlay it there, but still have it poking out the top of your site card. Now, I am going to take this another step here and add this. And let's see if I can maybe get that a little bigger. Oh, no one wants to see that. Let's switch that around. So here, I thought it might be a little better to demonstrate on the table here, and I apologize for the wacky camera angle there, but you can see here we're joining a game in progress, the bureau deck and discard pile. We've got our agent team here in the field, your X file, and the hospital, and then up here would be your field office crime lab. Now this Olympic National Forest will say for whatever reason our conspiracy player has thwarted our investigation, and before that site is discarded, we would say, well, I'm going to play an ongoing investigation on that and underlay it here. This in this particular case, down the rabbit hole, and we would put that to the side, and then we would go to debriefing as normal, and the site would stay in play. The positions would switch over, and your opponent would become the investigating player. You're the conspiracy. You would play that out, and then when it becomes your turn again, during deployment, when you would move agents between the field and the bureau and the hospital, you would instead move agents to the field office crime lab up here in anticipation of processing evidence or interrogating witnesses. And then during the site investigation phase, when you would play a site down, say we'll put a site here, these agents are still free to move to that site and investigate as normal. But as part of the ongoing investigation, you would pay for your witness card and an evidence card if you could afford the shotgun there, but that's just an example. And you would assign these, same as you would assign agents to a site, you would assign agents to these particular cards. Now these cards would have a particular value with equipment cards. This would take advantage of standard and special, and standard evidence cards would value 2 and special would value 3, and those would be fixed amounts, and the witness cards would be 2. Now in this case, I brought Agent Kid Miller to process the shotgun. Here it is standard, so its value would be 2, and you would use evidence collection as a way of resolving that skill check, and his evidence collection is 3, so he would effectively process that evidence. So you would move it over here, and then Agent Karen Kossoff has behavior 3, and this witness is behavior to interrogate that witness. You would need the behavior skill and her the prerequisite for interrogating a witness is 2. So her behavior is 3. She obviously wins that one. So you would then take that interrogated witness and put it under there. Now then that would satisfy the prerequisite. You would have one piece of processed evidence and one interrogated witness, and that would resolve the prerequisite for the ongoing investigation and be able to take advantage of that effect, whether it's ask a question, search your deck for a specific card or anything like that. Afterward, you would just discard these cards as normal, and then perform this investigation as you would normal. And then during your next turn as the investigating player, you would take advantage of the deployment phase to move these guys out of the field office crime lab back to the field, or maybe you have a particular strategy in mind where you're going to use it again. You could leave a witness, or excuse me, you could leave an agent there in anticipation of taking advantage of the field office crime lab again. Now the field office crime lab would be open to using witness or event cards that adjust skill levels, and also negate cards. Anything that would negate a witness could negate a witness from the field office crime lab. it was floated, again, being in the concept that possibly even an adversary could attack an agent in the field office crime lab. And if that adversary was successful, the agent would be moved to the hospital and would not be able to process that evidence or interrogate that witness, and possibly delay your ongoing investigation. So that's kind of the concept. That's the idea here. I'm hoping that I'll get some support in the Discord for this one to help me kind of flesh it out. I do have some ideas for cards that would support this, and other ideas about the kinds of rewards or game effects that you could get, and just kind of balancing those with the amount of equipment or witnesses that you would need to use to satisfy those prerequisites would be the big challenge, to make sure that it's balanced and that the conspiracy player has enough opportunity to influence how that works. I'm going to bring my guys back in here, and we'll see if anyone wants to add to that. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
I think, as I've already mentioned, I'm a big fan of this concept, and it is something that I'm really looking forward to playtesting. What I especially love is the idea of using failed side cards. Instead of discarding them, you can use them for something else. So that's always nice. I also like being able to use witnesses and equipment in a different way. I feel like ever since we started playing the game, when we first started playing the game, those cards were mostly used for to sell for CP, and then throughout our games we are using them more and more as they were first intended to be played. But I love that you now get a third option to use them in a different way. That's nice. I do have some question, obviously, and there are some things that I would want to play test to make sure that some of those field office cards are not too powerful, or that the effect is not too powerful, or so powerful that people would want to use those cards instead of actually investigating a site. But yeah, I'm really liking what you've come up with so far. So that's great work.
One thing about the concern about cards being too powerful is that it's a bit of a long road to go to get it. So it's not a quick, easy way to get something. And there are cards, say one of the effects that we land on is, search your bureau deck for three cards and put them on top of your bureau deck in any order. Well, there are cards that mill your bureau deck. So even though that seems like it's a dead ringer to put some really great cards at the top of your bureau deck and guarantee getting them in the next turn or two, there are ways for the conspiracy player to thwart that, to counter that.
I think watching you kind of demonstrate, as opposed to reading your proposal, maybe two things that came up in my mind is that first, it would be, I would like to test how much it would cost to play during the same turn to pay for equipment and witnesses to be sent to the crime lab, and also having enough resource to still investigate the site. I think maybe this might be a struggle to have enough resource, so it might be something to watch out for. And maybe, I don't know, as I mentioned, maybe instead of playing the witnesses and the equipment straight from your hand to the field office crime lab, it might be sending equipment and witnesses to the field office crime lab after they have been used for their primary purpose, which is to contribute to a skill check or to add to an agent skill. And then maybe once you've paid for that card to do that, instead of sometimes discarding it, you can send that to the field office crime lab, which would make people want to use those cards for their intended effect even more. You use them for a skill check, and then you can use them for the crime lab. But again, just some things that came up in my mind. But again, really a big fan.
Thank you. Stephen?
And Mr. David May would agree with you on that, Guillaume.
Well, he's intrigued, which that means a lot. So I'm actually very excited about that. I'm going to end the broadcast
Piqued his interest,
now.
David, and that is a ringing endorsement.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm going to go out on a high note like George Costanza. I'm just going to end the broadcast right now.
Jeez.
Actually, Mr. May would like in on this right now. So if you don't mind, David, I will send him the link right now.
Please do.
Yep, on it.
You cannot leave, David, because you are hosting this live stream. So
You're stuck here.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll just echo what Guillaume said. I agree with pretty much everything he laid down there. I think it's great use of witness and equipment cards. Is a nice incentive to include those in a deck. I like the feature of using a failed site for another purpose. I do also have some reservations about power level, about does it get a little too clunky towards the end of it where you've got a bunch of cards sitting underneath the site. Are you going to be able to make sure that you have the play area is straight and ordered so people know what's going on in it, kind of thing. But as an overall concept, I think this is a great way to provide an alternative thing to do on your turn, and also make use of those equipment cards that have Field Office Crime Lab on them with no Field Office Crime Lab.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured out how to work it so that those two cards that have that reference somehow play into it. I was going to kind of pretend it didn't happen, which I do that a lot in life. But David May joining us, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, David.
Hello.
Hi there, guys.
We're not worthy. We're not
Yeah,
worthy.
for real.
So much for not going to sleep. Oh, well. You guys do this in the middle of the night, huh? That's pretty awesome.
Well, we do it for the craft.
No, I'm stoked. I'm intrigued. So intrigued, I'm crashing the party. Because I've already been on record as saying I was the wrong person to talk to, specifically how those keywords got there. But it was always an interest of mine to see where that would go. And basically, the idea of having a card that allows you to continue an investigation or to maintain value out of a potential failed site, the card trigger is pretty cool, and definitely the right direction, I think. Matter of fact, a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing, I lurked all the way up until this point, right? I've stayed quiet and I couldn't do it anymore. Just hats off, gentlemen. Back to the passion and familiarity to capture the essence of the show, and again attempting to simulate that through the collectible card game and all the other options. I mean, it is weird hearing you guys talk about, like, even just the syndicate, all things that we could not project because they hadn't even happened. And so it would have been interesting to see where that would have gone organically. But to kind of have this looking back now at the totality of the work, and then, of course, looking to add to mechanics. I mean, it's a real art form. So again, the work that you guys are doing is amazing. But field office is what got me excited. I mean, it all got me excited, but this got me to bother you. And that is the simple eloquence of, again, having a card that can, for lack of a better term, continue the investigation or salvage the site. I want to be careful when I talk about other game mechanics because of the other games that are out there. I mean, in the Discord, you know, we might talk about the other games, the other collectible card games that exist.
There's something other than the X-Files? What?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But kind of in the spirit of things, by retaining the site or by having the continued investigation card, by having this place for the field office crime lab and for this exchange, this process to exist, I would just encourage you, one mechanic, one function is timing. So in those other non-named collectible card games that exist from a mechanic standpoint, when you have to invest or you have to wait turns to gain the reward, that is a resource in itself. So I know there was a question right when I was coming on about, boy, would this get cluttered? But you're still having to commit just a number of these, you know, triggered effects. We're going to continue the investigation. So I don't know if you can really clutter the field up with those. I don't know how many of these cards you would commit to your deck. But it might be that because you're investing additional resources and time into this process, you may want to, for lack of a better term, lower the barrier to entry or lower the requirements, because the additional step is a requirement. I don't know if that made sense or not, but I just see timing. You should reward the player for investing more time by potentially lowering thresholds. As you guys were talking, this would be fun again to play other agents other than your core team agents. You don't see a lot of people playing with extra agents, but you guys got so many now. I don't know what the future is going to be, so maybe everybody's going to stuff their deck with extra agents. But having that agent in my deck that I can play to the crime lab, and again, the interaction of witnesses, investigation. I do like the eloquence again of the elegance of the card. Equipment cards I'm still kind of warming up to as they're deployed with agents in there, because it does begin to layer. I think it makes things a little bit more complicated to hit higher thresholds. But I think if the barrier to entry, meaning that the prerequisites to gain the bonus of the card, which in this case, whether it was a search card, go draw cards, dig that, ask a question off of that, you know, but potentially change the prerequisite on the site with the card, but reward again the effort by making it, I don't want to call it easier. And of course, then you have, whenever you have any kind of specific card, you always have the foil, you always have the negate, you always, again, to be able to, you know, get the adversary to appear in the crime lab, you know, because part of this is still kind of building your own episode. Again, this is a simulation of a very unique X-Files episode, right? And so you can break the laws of physics. But I just wanted to say those things. Again, kudos, just inspired. You know, can't say enough. But yeah, I'm voting for Field Office Crime Lab, at least again, that we're gonna have cards to effectively salvage those sites. Now, I tried to cheat all those years just to keep them there. You know, just never have them go away. But you know, this is better.
Well, thank you very much for coming into the panel and providing those thoughts and the encouragement.
David, I got to give you kudos for getting David May on your channel before me.
Great.
Although I will point out, Mr. May does make a cameo in the episode I'm about to drop on Monday. But you still beat me to it, David.
I beat you on the live performance. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Whoever out there has channels, just now I feel bad. I'll be on everybody's channel. Now it's going to be horrible. It's going to be like one of those back in the late 70s, early 80s. I'm that out of work actor that just makes it on all of the game shows.
You're on the Love Boat in Fantasy Island.
Yeah, I get about 15 minutes worth of work in every hour episode.
I like to think that you're like the Bruce Campbell of X-Files CCG. It's like wherever you show up, it's like we're like,
yeah, goody two shoes. Great. I'm just happy. I really am amazed. I am. You guys have no idea, but your passion and just listening to you designing cards, man, it's actually kind of killing me. But again, the baton is being passed right here. At least my part of the baton. I'll still be out here if anybody ever wants to chat. We all know I talk too much, but just what you guys are showing and the work that you're producing. Yeah, I would have hired you, man. I would have felt bad for not hiring you. I would have. What kind of moron?
We're cheap. We're
you
very,
guys
very
probably
cheap.
should have done the game. What were we thinking? Where were you when we were doing this?
Speak for yourself, Nathan.
We'll
I'm
play
pretty
X-Files
expensive
CCG for hell money, you know. I mean, just I don't know where I got that idea, but you know.
Yeah, if nobody shows up, man, I'm walking home with those fabulous prizes.
Which you're providing, right?
I'm representing. I've been fortunate that I haven't yet dipped into my private collection for this one. But it's amazing what survived all these years and was not consumed by fire. So technically, I know that this garage looks neat and all, but this place caught on fire. So yeah, whatever we got left had to survive natural disaster, and so.
Well, I think it's a cool experience just to be able to talk to you, to have you on the channel, get your thoughts on these things. I mean, let me put it this way: as a kid working in the game store and buying a starter deck of X-Files CCG way back in the day, never did I think I would be on a YouTube channel with sort of the godfather of the game. So this is just a very, very cool, kind of surreal experience, and coming at it from sort of a different the fan perspective, right? So like I am the kid that you were marketing and designing for and selling your stuff for, way back when, and it's just a very cool thing. So I'm glad you emerged from the shadows and are engaged with the fan community and the game, and you made something very cool, and it's still alive and well.
I agree. Give validation to what we're doing. That extra bit that we relish.
Well, thank you. It's all I can say is thank you. I'm just in awe of your commitment. It is a testimony to the product. I have gone on record and I have apologized. Again, it was never the product. To Duncan and to Ron Kent and all those at Next Games. They found a way. it really was lightning in a bottle. It is a shame, just the world being what it is, and the way things went down in the background. But realistically, there was some pretty amazing people. I know I'm biased. Dave Frank is OG. And not just within the context of the X-Files. Like I said, Brian Woodward, true believer. Still, I tip my hat to you guys. You're living in it, and I talk about mechanics. I just think of Brian who just lives the X-Files. Again, I called him the true believer. I even felt bad, but I always knew we would find a way in anything that we did together because he would be immersed. And I did believe in the simulation of games, wanting to capture it, not make necessarily, flashcards, but really try to capture that essence. And back to, Dave Frank OG, his gaming pedigree is pretty legit. And so I, as a mentor and having the exposure to the entire Next Games, even Ronnie used to work for one of the other collectible card game companies, which will go unnamed, but pretty easy, West Coast, still going today. So, there was just a lot that was positive in bringing this very special product. Even though, like I said, I like seeing the pictures again. Again, those God packs are beyond me, right? But
Right?
but remember, see, it doesn't matter when you're on third shift and you're putting the foil package in there, whether it's up or down, right? Whether it's silver stripe or no silver stripe, that did vary from shift to shift. So the problem with doing all your ultra rares on one shift is it all matches the same foil pattern. But when they came back the next week, it didn't match the foil pattern, but the damage was done. We learned so much, and we learned it sometimes the hard way through experience. So just your love for the product and for us and your continuation. And you can't believe we're coming on 30 years. I'm still mind boggled with what's happening, and again, wisdom comes through a multitude of counselors. This is not an advertisement, but yeah, I look forward to Hell Money. I wish that was my idea, but it wasn't. I get credit for it and making it rain, but those were those other guys and gals that were in the room, right? And we wanted to share ideas. Nature abhors a vacuum. We want the collective and a safe place and where we can say, that was a dumb idea or that was a great idea, but we get the best ideas. And there are no bad ideas, because without trying, without just chucking it out there, you don't get there. So to see you guys working like this, and I haven't seen one of these where you're killing each other. Maybe you wait to turn the video off before you have those meetings. I know those stories we don't really tell, but man, we had some good meetings where definitely was passion in the room. So this will be no different. But again, just thank you. Just you guys are working right now. I'm messing up your work time. So
well, I think we're down to one expansion to talk about. Is that correct, Mr. Peace? If not,
Yes,
if you don't have to go anywhere, Mr. May, you can weigh in on it because this one is a little different than all of the stuff we've been talking about tonight. Isn't that right, guys?
Why don't you tell us?
Well, David, why don't you go to the next slide and show us?
I was going to say
what
Guillaume
expansion I'm
is going to
talking
tell us
about.
about that.
Yeah.
Let's move on here.
Because
Yep,
this is
season
one I
7.
don't think Mr. David May would have ever expected. This is the next one. Oh, I thought we were. Oh, never mind. I thought we had a different one lined up.
Yeah, no, it's not our unofficial one.
Yeah, sorry. In my head, I thought that was the next one. Okay,
No,
never
it's
mind.
season 7, and then the one you're thinking of.
Okay, sorry. Yep, I forgot about this one.
Yeah, okay, so talk about having more pressure now that David May is okay, so
well, still, before you get started,
Put
I'm going
me,
to move
put
everything.
me in the back if it's causing pressure. Just stick me in with the.
Actually, he's about to move all of us to the back so Guillaume
Perfect.
can talk about his vision for this one.
I'm
So don't
I'm
go
not
too
here.
far.
Okay, here we all go. Guillaume, you have the floor.
Okay, so it's my turn again. So season 7 expansion, so subtitle 01/22/64, which is Samantha Mulder's birthday. The subtitle is Believe to Understand, which is the tagline for the episode Closure, which is also the episode that I used for the image for the intro card. There are 222 cards in this expansion, so even more cards than in season 6. It's the first expansion that I wrote. There are many cards for, as I mentioned earlier in the discussion, I feel like there is really no general theme to season 7, as I feel like maybe the writers didn't know if this was going to be the last season or not, and as I understand, there were also some conflicts behind the scenes, so it's kind of a strange season, and so there is no overarching theme. I guess the cards that I've used the most in these expansions are from the episode Je Souhaite. I tried to recreate every wish that the genie grants. I've talked about that in the previous State of the Game videos. So here I'm going to show 9 cards from season 7. You can move to the next slide. So this first one is an agent. When I first wrote the expansion, our pillar was a witness, and it was Steven's idea to make him an agent. And I really like that, because usually we tend to use characters who are in law enforcement. There are some exceptions like Clyde Brookman, but usually there are FBI agents or law enforcement officers. So it was nice to have this agent who is not in law enforcement. Harold Pillar is really strong in occult investigation, obviously, and his effect is that he can take any one witness from your discard pile or your opponent's discard pile and play it immediately at 0 cost. And so I think it should work well with manners. You can move on to the next slide. Okay, it's from the episode Requiem. So I chose this card to show that while we are working on an expansion, we have to consider the expansion that have been written before, like we talked about previously, but we also have to take into consideration some of the things that will come after. And so in season 8, even though we have not written any code for that, I feel like Super Soldier will be a part of season 8. And so the one keyword that I did introduce is that this card afflicts the keyword Super Soldier on an agent. And it can also be played for free on keyword abductee agents. You can move on to the next slide. So as you guys know, I really love to use Scully when I'm playing the game. So this particular witness from the episode All Things was written specifically with Scully in mind. So you can play that witness. It's a resource witness. And basically you can use him to negate a bluff that Scully has examined. You can also use that witness to add +1 to Scully's medical or sciences skills. So it's a witness that once season 7 is done and has been properly worked on, it's a witness that I will definitely be using regularly in my decks. You can move on to the next slide. So I talked about sites with game effects. This particular one from X-Cops, the effect is that if Deputy Wetzel or Sergeant Duthie are part of the team investigating this site, they get a +1 modifier to all of their skills. Those two agents are agents from season 7, and I felt it was appropriate that if they were investigating the site from their episode, that they would be more powerful than when they were investigating other sites. Again, it's something that will need to be discussed, will need to be play tested. But what I like about this game is being able to use cards from the same episode, and I think it's nice when you can do that. You feel like you are recreating the show. So I want to make it easier to play cards from the same episode. I can move on to the next one. So this is the card that I really struggled with. It's from the 6th extension, Amorphati. I knew that I wanted to write a card that was using that scene, and I had the title in mind, Deep Throat Resurrected, but it went through many rewrites, maybe 5 or 6, before I settled on this one. And again, since it has not been play tested yet, it might still change. So currently, you can play this card. So your opponent plays Deep Throat on you. Before answering the characteristic question, you can play this card, Deep Throat Resurrected, and your opponent will also have to answer to the same characteristic question that they just asked you using Deep Throat. And if your opponent does not want to do that, then they can just decide to forego the question altogether. So it's kind of a way to have an anti-Deep Throat card without negating Deep Throat, since it cannot be negated. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys think about that card. You can move on to the next one. So this is a bluff also from All Things, and it's kind of the anti-Danielle Waterstone card. It's Maggie Waterstone, and so since she was really kind of, well, not an adversary, but she doesn't like Scully at all. So her effect is that she can remove one of Scully's game effect token. And if Scully doesn't have any game effect tokens left, then she is prevented from contributing to one skill check. It is one of those cards that is maybe too situational, but I feel like Scully is one of those agents that usually comes up, well, regularly comes up on teams. And, you know, if you're playing against me, there is a good chance that she will be on that team. So since I've written a card, Dr. Watterson, that can help me, this is one of those cards that could hinder my investigation. You can move to the next slide. One of the images that I had in mind for season 7 was Scully with the magician's hat, so I had to write an equipment card for it. It can be played on any agent, but it costs 1 less RP if it's played on Scully. The effect is pretty straightforward. It just adds 2 to the agent's subterfuge skill. It can also prevent an opponent from examining your hand. So maybe it could be used. I think we will need to playtest that, but the idea is that it could be used to prevent your opponent from using Albert Austin's game effect on you, or from using Brockman's game effect on you, as long as this card is in play. And you can move on to the last card. So combat cards are a big part of season 7 because of the episode Fight Club, and also because I wanted to bring back those cards which I felt had been completely abandoned after premiere. And there are this one is from Horizon. I feel like sequel episodes tend to be disappointing, Tooms being the exception, but I really like the fight sequence between Scully and Pastor in this episode. And there are currently no way to negate a combat card, so that's why I wrote this specific one, which you can play to negate a combat card played by your opponent. And in addition, your opponent takes 1 point of damage. So it's a RP card, and there is a conspiracy version of that card as well. And that's it.
Very nice, Guillaume. I forgot all about the magician's hat, and I'm really glad you showed that one on a slide tonight.
Yeah, I love that image.
And I do applaud the ingenuity with the deep throat effect card, because it is very hard to get around a card that cannot be negated, and so I think you came up with a serviceable way of getting around that stipulation.
There were some earlier version of that card was play this card to retrieve your opponent's deep throat after it has been removed from the game, but I felt it was really situational. And then it was play this card to retrieve one of your deep throat that has been removed from the game and shuffle it back into your bureau deck. But I figured this one might be better.
I think thematically it works really well as well. In fact, I thought that I should try to not game effect. I don't want to replicate that, but when Mulder is having his spirit visions after he goes to New Mexico, and he gets his dad appears and Deep Throat appears, and talking through that would be kind of a. I don't know what the card effect would be, but those spirit images would be very cool on some cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to throw this comment in from one of our viewers. I personally want to watch and listen to this all again after the stream. That's high praise. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoy what we're doing here.
Thank you.
Evergreen content for your channel, David.
Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah.
But
it's getting to be 2 a.m. here. We're all getting a little loopy.
Yeah. I'm the only one with the advantage being in Pacific time. It's not even midnight yet, but you guys are.
Well, no, Mr. May is in Pacific time as well.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, but tomorrow's a work day, so.
Oh yeah, it's Sunday. It's your big day.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, any other thoughts? I know, Stephen, you were kind of blending season 6 and 7 together. You were pretty excited about season 7.
Much as I loved you pointing for showing the magician's hat, I do wish the credit card equipment card got to appear tonight. But you know what? That's more. That's more for another time.
I think I put that during the previous.
I think you did. Yeah.
So that's why I chose a different one.
Can you refresh our memory here? I need another Studio Squim exclusive.
You just got to go back to watch the previous state of the game.
I don't remember credit card being in that one. I will have to go back.
So the FBI credit card is from the episode Hollywood AD at the end when Scully says, Skinner gave me the bureau credit card to use for the evening. So the effect is place in your bureau with 10 RP tokens on this card. Once per turn, you may use up to 4 RP tokens to pay for a site and or an equipment. And when all tokens have been removed, discard this card. So basically, it's like friend in the FBI, but you are free to use 4 tokens at the same time. And since it's an equipment and it doesn't have the keyword resource, currently you cannot negate it. So
interesting.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Nathan, any thoughts?
No, I feel like my game sensibilities have been so beaten down tonight that by all of the new cards. again, I think the amount of thought and time and just faithfulness to the TV show that you've put into these cards really shows, Guillaume. And I'm really excited to see what the rest of season 6 and 7 has in store, especially when we start play testing and getting some of these to the table.
Stay tuned for another 3 years. We'll
hopefully not that long, but we'll see.
It's funny because when I wrote those cards, you can see the bureau file number is XF23, but I think it will probably be at least 25 once we get to those cards.
All right.
Could be.
Yeah.
And Midian Games says, no place is safe is a great card for what you want to do. I'm hoping you guys get the reference there.
Well, no
that
place
allows
is
you to... Sorry, go ahead, Keith.
Yeah. It's the one that allows you to play an adversary in... to basically play an adversary in the bureau, right?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Gives it's interesting because and we'll have to talk about this, how this interacts with Field Office Crime Lab and stuff, but I think no place is safe, how it's actually worded is it gives a particular section a keyword, right?
Yeah.
And that allows you to play an adversary in that section.
Yeah, I think it says like it gives an example like this is treated as a like it gives the bureau a keyword result. So that means you can attack it with an adversary.
It's for the remainder of this turn, the bureau is considered to have a single characteristic site keyword. You may choose any one characteristic for the keyword result site, for instance.
Specific to the bureau, then, so never mind.
Yeah.
Dark Forces Aligned is one that's a little more, you can use it on either one, right? The hospital or the bureau.
Isn't that? I'm not sure. Dark Forces Aligned.
I keep confusing it with Overwhelming Force because I never play either of those cards.
Play on an opponent team in any section. For the rest of the turn, that team is considered to have a single characteristic site keyword. Yeah. So yeah, I guess that one could work. But when you consider Dark Forces Aligned, which costs 6 CP, or No Place is Safe, which costs 5 CP, in addition to the cost of the adversary, it might be too much. It's something that I would not be inclined to play, especially if I run the risk of the adversary being negated.
Yeah. And they're negated all as one, right? For
yes.
Dark Forces Aligned, yeah.
Well,
so you could...
Yeah, yes.
So you could spend like 15 CP, do this, and then get them all.
Well, you would normally let people play the Dark Force Aligned, and then you would let them waste the resource.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I haven't been keeping up with all the other cards that you guys have been doing, but as I saw the Cigarette Man resurrected, should there be, and again, if there is, forgive me, man, I'm like, I can remember what day it is. But, unlike other games where you typically don't play, best 2 out of 3, historically, you can have a bunch of games with the same decks, but you don't really introduce other cards from outside the game. We don't sideboard per se, but that is an interesting concept. Your Ring-a-Maroof.
Mm-hmm.
Giving up my age with that reference.
For the Magic players amongst us.
So you got to be pretty old to get that one. The kids don't know what that ring is. We didn't say how to use Scheherazade in X-Files game. Let's stop this one and start a new one. Winner of that one gets a question in the old first. But yeah, we're not really situational cards. That would be interesting because it would violate our 2. I don't think you would violate the 2 copy, but it would be interesting. We haven't done that anywhere yet. The briefcase that gets you cards from outside the game into the game.
There was.
Yes.
What's the card from Premier?
Hack into government files, kind of, sort of.
Oh, any card from your collection.
So
Because for that card, I always took it to mean that from your collection is like I can have my bureau deck and then I can go into my binder and it's my collection and I can choose any card.
Anything out of This is. We ever see that used?
I mean, it was banned from tournament use early on because people were taking that to mean they could just go get any card they needed.
Well, yeah, but the cost associated with that.
Yeah, it's 5 RP.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. Well, see, now we have ways of making. We broke the resource production, but not for RP, just CP. I don't know. It just seems like now it would be more beneficial, but whatever those restrictions would be, go back and revisit that concept.
Well, that is true. Using a hack into government files to reach into any of these expansions that we have on hand now, that'd be pretty awesome.
But
I guess playtesting.
When we were talking about the cost of some cards, like this one costs 5, and then you have to pay the cost of the card that you've just retrieved. Whereas there are some cards, like the A Call for Help from the Scully Expansion. So granted, it's not from your collection, but it's from your bureau deck. But then you can look for one card in your bureau deck, and you can play it for free. And it only costs 4 RP. So it's kind of this imbalance that makes me more inclined to use A Call for Help as opposed to hack into the government file, which also requires you to have a computer for plus skill check in order to play that card.
Yeah, that's true. A computer, skill check, yeah.
I think for a card that requires you to make a skill check, costing 5, it might be too much.
Yeah.
That does. I guess what a concept would then is limit the number of collections. So back to the concept of having like 10, 15, 20 cards, not your whole binder. You did say you also, too, you wanted to reward possibly cards played in season. And so being able to effectively do that, where cards played in season. Again, I'm just stream of conscious for you guys that are still like 2 whatever in the morning. But just more effectively expanding your possible card access and building that into the mechanics a little more efficiently. Having a means of efficient retrieval. I don't know how we fix the stuff we already did. It's there. It's canon. It's broke. It costs too much unless you create ways to combo it out. Mitigate the cost of that event. It's kind of hard to link together 2 and 3 card combinations in this game. The game's not really set up, where you're going to hack a keyword. Because of the costs associated with it, it gets pretty steep to make something happen. But
I agree.
Just thinking out loud. Well, you guys are reinventing the wheel now, so we can redefine and rewrite all the rules. Who knows?
Well, to that point, I one of my goals for season 1, 2, 3 is to facilitate the use of cards that don't get a lot of play. I didn't mention this during my snapshot, but the training cards are one area that I really want to see people start to use more. And I think to do that, you have to you have to really make it worthwhile to take an agent out of the game for a turn. Nobody really plays those cards. And so one of the ideas I had was, well, let's have some sort of resource event or something that when you do take the agent out of play for a turn and bring them back, maybe they get all of the +1 to all of the skills listed on the card rather than you just choose one, So is that enough to make a viable, training dedicated deck? I don't know, but it's a neat little piece of the toolbox, maybe to let somebody try it. And really that's what I want to encourage is people to try stuff and build some fun decks. And let's get away from the 2 copies of X, 2 copies of Froegi, 2 copies of Land, and then they all start to look like, what net decks was the magic phrase for it, but kind of these cookie cutter, they all start to look the same competitively.
Yeah, no, it's because it just becomes the meta and everybody just plays that.
Right.
We never assigned points to any of these things. I mean, I don't, back to Warhammer, whatever the value is of your army, you had a value of a deck, you could still possibly inspire creative play instead of degenerative play. I don't know. But that takes work to be able to, for lack of a better term, create the whatever I don't even know what we call it anymore. It's getting late, but the format, right? Whether we're playing Pauper or sorry, I'm using too many references from that, but what other game can I use that even? But you get the idea. If we could encourage a format play, because in essence, you are going to encourage a format play. Remember, I still don't know how you're going to deal with. What did we come up with? 7 times 20, you're 140 plus X files.
Oh yeah,
that's a big sheet.
We haven't wrapped our heads around how we're going to do that either.
So in essence, it is going to create a unique game experience when you're playing season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4. If you pair them that way, because again, when you get into the later episodes with the other agents and back to even the syndicate, that does change. And again, I haven't really looked at all the work you guys done to see what the power creep looks like. But I'm not worried about it. You guys are aware of all that stuff. Really, the cool part again is that when you say this was a cool picture and this was a cool scene and this is a cool moment and this has to be captured, and those creative mechanics that go into that, you want to see those cards played, and so you have to encourage that. And I think this is just part of that stream of consciousness on how do you create format, or how do you incentivize these different aspects. I am thinking maybe we could bring back our institute, not the collection, or define a collection as a sideboard. Situational cards might be helpful, not violate the 2 in the deck rule, but, give you some flexibility, maybe zig and zag, I don't know. But again, if it is just all the most powerful cards, I don't know if punishing power creep, punishing the degenerative play through card design, where, someone's got 2X and 2 Deep Throat, right? Is what, if there is a way to curb that, or back to leveling the playing field, but just thinking out loud. Again,
I don't know if there's any way to put the genie back in the bottle on those.
I think I do have one season 7 card, which is a resource card, and it's from Fight Club. And basically, you play it in your opponent's field, and once it's in play, your opponent cannot play a card that is already in their discard pile. So this might be your way around.
Effectively limiting them to 1 per deck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I know we can't put the genie back in the bottle, but we definitely can, clip the genie. We can
clip his wings a little bit.
just trim, a little trim here, a little trim there. I don't know. The format thing's got to be an interesting concept though, because you have so many seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And again, valuating or giving value to the existing cards. We have those CPRP. By eliminating some of those cards like the Deep Throats, right? Maybe you buy time to get creative and do the training, right? In essence, you're trying to slow the game down.
Right.
Mhm.
And again, I don't know how we slowed a game down. I have to go back and revisit. I don't have anything memorized anymore. You guys got computers in front of you, or your brains are amazing because you're just that card and you're doing the text language for that card within 10 seconds of whatever got mentioned. So that's amazing computer skills or photographic memory.
Stephen
But,
is both a computer and
super
an
genius.
incredible brain. Yeah.
Well, I do want to point out that one thing we do, at least within our community, with regards to trying to not make it so that we're always falling back on those staple cards, is we like to, prior to beginning our games, we create stipulations and conditions for the two people who are playing the game. It's like, sometimes we'll be like, oh, we're going to do a premiere only game, and or we're gonna just do a game using just certain sorts of cards, and so that sort of creates those conditions, so we're not always having to rely on those staple cards to get us out of a jam.
Yeah, when I see you guys talking about your cubes, do you really have your set cards that are set available for play? Not like we've done draft, X-Files draft. With
no, we have attempted some sealed deck play.
Yes, we have.
Indeed.
But
we
to
usually
see
don't pull Langley's in those.
No,
or definitely not X's.
the cube concept where you just already have the cards that you want to have played in that format. You're just drafting from that. Not really drafting, but you know what I'm saying. It's in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the suite, and so there's a little more balance, and you do get to spotlight those cards that were lost, because again, there's cards that just have more value. They're more efficient, which I get, but be interesting to see how to create that. I don't know. Like I said, the format right now. Yeah, somehow that valuation, or I've never added up all the totals of all, this is all your conspiracy, point cards and your resource point cards, and how many, all your +5 resource cards that are not there to be played, all the shotguns that get sold, right? Even though I'm sure you have a format where you cannot sell your shotgun. Winning condition is you have to know my X-File and play one shotgun.
And actually attach it to an agent.
Yeah, that gets played. So I don't know, but that again, the future. You guys are setting the standard at the moment for all those who might discover this. All those who are to follow, you guys are, like I said, yeah, you're creating the future at the moment. So it's pretty cool.
And we're not even done yet.
I've been told that's the best way to predict the future.
Is to
make it.
No fate but what we make for ourselves.
That is an X-Files quote.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna probably go to sleep. I'll be waiting for what episode Signs and Wonders there from season 7. I don't know what the mystery was, but if the mystery is we're going to create never before seen episodes of the X-Files, a la The Simpsons, which was AKA Project Albuquerque, count me in.
Yes.
You weren't really.
Yeah.
You weren't really gonna do Albuquerque, were you?
No. A friend, one of our friends wanted to, had begun writing cards for that. I haven't talked to him in a bit, so I'll ask him when I see him next. But
I'll just go over to Midjourney and we'll just start. I'm pretty sure Midjourney can do all the art resources.
But while we haven't quite gotten to the Simpsons episode, we have gone and done some fan fiction episodes of X-Files for this last expansion that we have, in which one of which is a crossover in which the X-Files squares off with the Halloween franchise. And guess what? Michael Myers is an adversary, and Mulder and Scully are facing off with with that particular opponent. So yes, we decided to branch outside of the actual released episodes and create some of our own fan fiction ones for this one.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Slide for that.
So, do you have a slide for that one?
Yes, we do. Oh yeah,
indeed.
All right.
All right.
So much
Dave,
for going to bed.
Dave, if you happen to dip out, we'll understand. But sticking to our format, Stephen, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. We're going to send everyone to the back here.
Oh, this was a community one. It says Delaney Expansion community. So that's everyone. I'm just kidding. You can keep everyone in.
Okay, well, let's leave them all here.
Yeah.
I did put community on here. Stephen, it did start with you, but you've generously given us slots in this particular expansion to have a little fun. And I'm going to turn it over to you to explain.
Okay, so actually this goes back to before season 4 expansion, when I first joined the Facebook group and I saw Dax was making custom cards. I'm like, hey, I reached out to Dax. It's like, hey, would you mind making me an X-File agent card for my daughter? And I believe I sent you that one, right, David? Slide? Yeah. So there it is. That right there is the very first card that Dax ever did for me. It was quite a while ago. It's been years. And so that's where it spawns from. That one card that I thought, oh, that'd be so adorable if my daughter's an agent card. And I even took the point of making, if you can't read the bio in there, but the bio describes an episode in which my daughter is born gifted with psychokinetic powers like psychokinetic powers like Carrie, and so that is therein lies the X-File, because she happened to get or to become exposed to some mystical runes, and so they gave her some powers, and so now she can do things with her mind. And of course, my being an agent in there as well, that can also be used in the course of a game, has a keyword information as on my agent card that we have not used either, or we have not seen the keyword information before. And so that I hope to launch into some other areas of, coming up with some new cards that can be used to benefit depending on that are keyword dependent. Next slide, David, if you don't mind. So unlike the previous expansions, which we have the cards like they're basically ordered by suit. In this case, they're in episode order because we just go through, we come up with a fan fiction episode. We come up with a whole bunch of cards, events, bluffs, adversaries, and sites for it. Then we move on to the next episode. And so here, as you can see, Mr. May, I get a little creative with the photoshopping and Photoshop my daughter into the cards with Agent Mulder, so to give that extra level of fan fiction fun. Go on to the next one, David. And here, Mr. May, is the crossover episode, Halloween. Oh gosh, I wish you can't really see the top card, but behind Scully, I photoshopped the shape. He's kind of standing in the background behind her, as he so often does in the movies. And of course, Haddonfield, Illinois is a site. And this event down below is I photoshopped Mulder holding his gun behind Michael Myers. And so, yeah. And of course, he's got an adversary in which it's kind of similar to the John Barnett links you to Mulder card, where he can heal himself. And of course, when you kill him, he goes right back into the bureau deck because he always resurrects for the next movie. So I thought that was a fairly faithful adaptation of his abilities right there. Do we have more card? Another slide, don't we?
Yes.
Yes. And I believe this is from Guillaume's fan fiction episode right here. Oh, I forgot to send the one with the cat.
Oh, that's
it's next.
Oh, it is the. Oh, that's right. I did send it. Yes. So, Guillaume, you want to quickly tell us about these two cards here, since they are from your episode?
Oh yeah, well, you wrote the bluff card. The bluff card was your idea. For my agent card, the effect is that I have an RP token on my card, and I can use it at any time during my turn to pay for any active card. So basically, I have one res, but this token gives me basically a second res. So that's always nice.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And next slide. There he is. So not only are we doing fan fiction cards for ourselves, but also those we love most, including our lovely pets. For which mine reads: play this card to gently push 2 cards off the top of your opponent's bureau deck. The cards are discarded, because cats love to push stuff off counters. Guillaume, go ahead and read off Cholera's effect. That's a little harder to see.
Adds 1 to the agent's close range combat skill. Place a token on this card, remove a token to search through a bureau deck, and add any one keyword healing card to your hand. Shuffle your deck.
Because nothing warms the cockles of your heart than a hug from your lovely, lovely cat.
Aww.
And so we do have also, although I don't think we have images for them, unless David, you threw one up, but we do have an agent card for you. We're still working on the other cards for your fan fiction episode. And our dear friend Joost over in the Netherlands is also working on card ideas for his. And then, hey, maybe Nathan, you might want to, eventually throw your hat in the ring as well and make an agent card for you. But the door is always open, because this is an ongoing expansion. This has no number of cards. I don't call it a mini expansion. I don't call it full expansion. It's just it's one of those we'll periodically revisit as we come up with new fan fiction episodes that we want to incorporate into this expansion. So it's just a fun one that is available just to those in our tight-knit community. And we look forward to playing some games with these cards in the near future.
Yeah, we did it once using our agent cards, and it was a lot of fun.
It was so much fun.
I'm hoping to. I floated this idea a while back, taking that fan fiction and possibly making a radio drama over YouTube. So that would be kind of fun as well.
I only outline these episodes with a little bit of dialogue. I don't have a full script that I wrote, but well, maybe at some point when I'm no longer writing cards for this game.
when season 5 is in the can, that's your next project.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Season 5 is going to be my last big one, my last big expansion. So yeah, otherwise I'll just be working on this one.
So 4 hours and 12 minutes into
Nathan,
it. Anyone have any comments?
Nathan.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I have to drop off. It is 2:15, and I am.
Yeah, and I gotta be somewhere too. So, David, sorry to cut your outro so close, but yes, it is after 2:00 for us.
Yeah, I understand it's pretty late.
But it was fun, especially with the surprise appearance by Mr. David May.
Yeah, we got a great guest appearance. Dave, thank you for coming and joining us and giving us your opinions and thoughts on some of these cards. We really appreciate it.
First appearance on Studio Squim.
Thank you. I again just can't say enough. And yeah, I'm just staring at the cats, man. It's just darn it.
And they're staring at you in your
dreams. They are.
I hope
they are.
Stephanie's gonna get a card, David.
So, well, I dig it. What you guys have done here is incredible. Not since some other game I will not mention with the movie franchise, and I think you guys are even probably more. I don't want to put down their creative efforts, but I'm just in awe. You guys have had to do much more, right? And then now that you didn't have enough with 7 seasons and movies, you had to basically write your own fan fiction. You had to, which is cool. I wish this is something we could have never done, even if we dreamt of it, even if we were. So But
All right,
yeah.
let's close it up because everybody's fallen asleep here. We didn't provide enough coffee here. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a great episode. We hope you enjoy it, and we hope this inspires you. Again, search through the description of this video. You'll find links to our Discord channel. We encourage you to join that if you've enjoyed tonight and you want to get in on it. Definitely join that Discord. Play some games with us. Get in on the creation of these. There's still lots more to do. We've just touched on up to season 7. Who knows? Maybe you could save season 11 and and salvage something from those later years. If you liked or if you enjoyed watching this, definitely like the video, subscribe to the channel. There's lots of content coming up here. And my guests, I'll start at the bottom there, the Hollywood Squares. Nathan is a host of Chasing the Dragon. You see you'll see X-Files content, you'll see Magic, and a whole lot of other stuff coming up there.
It sounds like there could be, Star Trek, the Fleer card game, which we've kind of taken up, and it sounds like there could be some Lord of the Rings Decipher CCG stuff coming up. So yeah, it's a diverse set of interests, kind of like your channel, David. You've got a lot of different games you're featuring on your channel these days, which is nice.
Yeah, thank you. And moving on, Stephen Arvidsson joining us from Alien Investigations. Thank you very much for coming by. You definitely want to, if you like what you've seen here, you need to subscribe to Alien Investigations and watch his videos. The excellent production. He takes the games that we play and adds a lot of great flavor to them. They're lots of fun to watch and very, if you want to learn how to play the game, that's definitely the place to go.
Thank you, David. I try to make them as accessible as possible. And I just want to point out that new episode will be dropping on Monday, episode 21. Look out for that. Special appearance by Mike Perrine, cameo appearance by Mr. David May, and a rare relic from the X-Files CCG lore.
Ooh.
Okay, Guillaume, thank you very much. You're the only one that's awake right now.
Yes, the day is just getting started. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably just starting to think about lunch while we're
Oh no, it's only 9, so swimming pool first, and then we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But
right, well, enjoy your day, sir. Thank you very much for coming here and talking about your expansions. Very well written stuff. We're all very excited. If we could fast forward to that, we would, but everything in due time. We have to do our due diligence.
Yeah.
And of course, special thanks to David May for coming in and giving us your insight and helping us out here with this. We really appreciate it. Nathan said it earlier. We're playing this game. We never dreamed we would be swapping ideas with the creator. So this has been a very special treat. Thank you very much for coming by.
Yeah. Once again, thank you for the Crime Lab.
Oh, well, don't thank me yet.
That's what did it. That's why I'm here.
All right. Well, okay.
Pressure's on now, David.
Yeah, now I got to impress the boss. Wow. Okay. All right. And once again, we'd appreciate a subscription to Studio Squim. Like Nathan said, there's X-Files, Star Trek, the card game from Fleer, which is a great fun game, and Battlestar Galactica 24, the card game. All kinds of cool stuff coming up. So definitely subscribe and keep an eye out for that stuff. Gentlemen, we're going to call it an evening. Thank you again to everybody, and we look forward to the next broadcast.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Good night.